Good evening, Vacaville. This is the April 8th, 2025 regularly scheduled City of Vacaville City Council meeting. Do you have a roll call?
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton.
Here.
Ritchie.
Here.
Silva.
Here.
Fremont.
Here.
Wiley. Here. Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Chapman.
Here.
Mayor Chair Cartley.
I'm here. So if you're able, will you please rise for a moment of silence? Councilmember Silva, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Any changes to tonight's agenda, Mr. City Manager?
No, there aren't.
All right.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. And we do have presentations tonight, so we will start, looks like, with our 2025 Fair Housing Month proclamation. And so I do believe Mary Decker is on on hand. And I don't, do I have the, Rockwood? Okay. Yeah. You may proceed.
Mayor, council members, 2025 celebrates the 57th anniversary of the Fair Housing Act, and the theme this year is Building Futures Together, Collaborative Approaches to Housing. So during Fair Housing Month, each April, Housing and Community Services hosts a Fair Housing poster contest for students ages grades 1 through 8. I have left some flyers up in the foyer about the contest and what they need to do. The poster should depict what their answer is to what does fair housing mean to me. We'll accept the poster contest, all the things up until April 30th, and then we'll do the judging of them with prizes for each category. We're also planning a fair housing workshop for tenants and owners to increase efforts to end housing discrimination and raise awareness on housing rights. And so tonight we want to recognize the City of Vacaville and Council for Fair Housing Month in Vacaville and for our community. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and read this. If you think I'm reading it from the screen, I'm not, because my eyes aren't that good. But I'd like to read this for you and for our entire audience. Whereas the principle of fair housing is not only state and national law and policy, but a fundamental human concept and entitlement for all citizens. And whereas discrimination based on race, national origin, gender, disability, familial status, religion, marital status, sexual orientation, and source of income is illegal in California. And as a community, we welcome all good neighbors, recognizing the contributions and richness tendered by a wide variety of young and old, male and female, people of all colors and ethnic backgrounds, religious traditions. And whereas interested parties from both private and public sectors will participate in our city, state, and national effort to promote fair housing. And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, John Carley, as mayor of the city of Vacaville, and on behalf of the Vacaville City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2025 Fair Housing Month in the city of Vacaville. Thank you very much, and continue with the good work. And I know that there's a lot of work that goes on with our staff, and we really do appreciate the hard work that goes in each and every day, but especially in this month. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I also see Elizabeth Crescente. Are you in the audience? Why don't you come forward, Elizabeth? And I'm not sure what presentation you have, but this is for California Parks and Recreation Society Award of Excellence in Creating Community.
Okay, let's get this fired up here. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. All right. Thank you. Yes, I'm Elizabeth Crescente, Recreation Manager with the Parks and Recreation Department. Thanks for having me tonight. I am very proud to share that we received an award of excellence from the California Parks and Recreation Society for our annual VacaCon event, which I know some of you are familiar with. California Parks and Recreation Society is the umbrella organization for recreation professionals in the state of California, and we won specifically in the category of creating community. Move to the next one. The Award of Excellence recognizes outstanding achievements by agencies in their effort to deliver the highest level of quality programs, facilities, and services. Award winners must demonstrate their embodiment of the core values of recreation and play a key role within their community through meaningful impact. The award is highly competitive as cities throughout the state can apply. Our department was recognized at the annual CPRS conference, which is short for California Parks and Recreation Society, held in Sacramento during the week of March 17th. The city of Vacaville was featured in a video presentation at the opening session. on the wall of the Award of Excellence winners, and we will also be included in upcoming promotional materials on the CPRS website, as well as in their monthly e-magazine. So just to give you a little bit of history on VacaCon, the first inaugural event was held in, first is inaugural. Held in 2019, the inaugural event was modeled after San Diego's infamous Comic-Con, which is designed to celebrate all things pop culture, but on a smaller scale, and with a nod to all the local talent that we have in Vacaville and the surrounding area. We used the Ulatis Community Center and Solano County Library branch at the Cultural Center campus. The event featured artists, exhibitors, a cosplay contest, speaker panels, an art contest, and a gaming station, and we had around 1,000 attendees, which we thought was absolutely fabulous. The idea behind VacaCon was to supplement the programming gap that existed between teens and young adults. But we quickly realized that VacaCon appealed to all ages and all demographics, as it created a unique family-friendly environment that encouraged people to come out and be their most authentic selves. So fast forward 5 years later, we now use the entire Ulatis campus, including the community center, the library, VPAT, the courtyard, the parking lots, and the gardens, and any other nook and cranny we can find. Participation has exponentially increased tenfold. So in 2024, we expanded from a one-day event to 2 days. And we now serve as a central location on the con circuit between Sacramento and the Bay Area. So last year, I would say we saw close to 10,000 people come through our campus. VacaCon continues to host the same original elements, but we have added a kids zone, Itasha car show, a sensory room, mini train rides, an exclusive VacaCon after party, performance cafe, cosplay fandom meetups, interactive webpage, and larger name celebrities. From its inception, VacaCon was and still does embody community collaboration. Partners, sponsors, planning committee members all come from local nonprofits, businesses, service groups, other government agencies, social clubs, and artist hubs. And as several of you know, we do recruit our council members and Parks and Recreation commissioners to assist with judging the cosplay contest. And of course, there is always room for people to volunteer. And it's very fitting that I'm here to tell you about the award for VacaCon, because it's actually happening this weekend, Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We will host all of the elements I previously mentioned, plus the celebrity lineup featured on the slide: Keith Coogan, John Morris, Jessica DeChico, Jason Mewes, Miko Hughes, and Michael Winslow. I will let you Google their names later so you can see all of the fabulous things they've been in. Tickets are on sale now, and you can also purchase them day of. So bring your family, your friends. I expect to see you in your best cosplay contest outfit. Sorry, costume, they don't say outfit. And I hope to see you at our award-winning event. Thank you. Thanks. Any questions or comments?
Well, I know that there are several on this council that have spoken highly of this event, and over the years to see it grow. It's always interesting when there's an event that's unique to a community that has a popularity to it that grows like that. It's who knew that it would become this popular, and it continues to grow and really showcases what's great about our community. A very, very different environment, but as you say, when you go there, you see all walks, all kinds, and everyone really enjoying themselves. So thank you very much, and thank you for sharing this award, and look forward to another great weekend, another great event. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we'll go ahead and move on to item 5, and that's consent calendar. There's items A through G. Any member of the public or the council wishing to pull an item for discussion? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, well, we'll go ahead and move on to, we're going to move on to business from the floor. This is the time when members of the public can address the council on items that are not on the agenda but are in our jurisdiction. Each of you will have 3 minutes, so please come forward. And again, if you do intend to speak, whether you're forming a line now, just be ready for the next person so that we can do this in a timely fashion. Good evening. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, city staff, and all the residents that are here in attendance. I'm Joan Marquand Wilsey, and I've been a resident of Vacaville for about 18 years. And I just have a couple of things to say this evening. First, thank you to the city for sponsoring another Make a Difference Day. It was fun, in a way. It was also that's something that offers a lot of extensive outreach to the community and all the planning that goes into it and the positivity atmosphere that has to be kept going. Our fire marshal, Jill Childers, is superb at this. Her leadership is fabulous. Thank you again, Jill. And Make a Difference Day, those are examples of people working together to give our neighbors a little help to beautify the city. The second thing I want to bring up is I ask that all of us continue to make inclusionary housing a priority for city leaders, city staff, and us residents. There are fabulous plans to bring in businesses to Vacaville, and I hope they're going to succeed. But the other companion piece is housing for jobs, for people that have those jobs. Yesterday, I just spoke to a hospital security officer who's moved to Vacaville from Millbrae. He is happy to pay $3,100 a month rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in Vacaville because he doesn't have to pay $7,000 a month rent in Millbrae. So I know our environment is attractive for people moving out of those high expensive areas. But he said $3,100 could be a house payment. We're going to start looking for a house. So I hope that we will continue to focus on low and medium income housing for people. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. It's my pleasure to be here tonight. I'm speaking for many people, and I want to thank you for what you do for our city. We have lived here since 1988, my husband and I, so that's many years. We've raised 6 children, and we now have 23 grandchildren. We have loved Vacaville. It's been a very safe neighborhood, walking to the park, taking our kids to school, and that's how we want to keep it. I know you're all well aware of the sober living home that's going pretty much in our backyard, and Greg Ritchie is our council member that's over our district, so thank you, and we can talk later. But I think the biggest concern is that we've talked to several police officers who can't really come forward with their names because they're worried about the badge, but they have dealt with these homes that go in, and this is how it goes. The landlord makes a lot of money, okay? The state pays $1,000 to $2,000 per tenant every month at the beginning of the month. They also pay for all the repairs and upkeep for the home. But when you put 12 men together in a home and there's no supervision and they're rehabbing, it turns into a party house. And they invite their friends over. Crime increases, they said to me, 150%. 2 weeks ago, I said about 90%. It's actually 150%. And then when they get a call from the police officer and they know a cop is coming, they jump fences and they spread like spiders, is the exact quote. So we really don't want that in our neighborhood. It's not safe for them either. It's not safe for the community. It's not safe for children. And without accountability, and if there's no one to account to in the home, it just turns into a party house. So I hope that we can get this on the agenda. We want to keep Vacaville safe and have some ordinances in place. I hope that this can be stopped before Andrew Lamb in particular gets this home into a sober living home, because I know that's his intent. I know maybe you haven't gone online, but go to Sober Living to Riches by Andrew Lamb, and that is definitely his intent to do all of his homes. I think he now has 6 within this area. So please, let's get that on the agenda so that we can get some good ordinances in place and keep our city really safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. California Forever presents itself as a well-planned city of the future. Going to have clean energy, clean industry, et cetera, et cetera. A couple weeks ago, the federal government said they might throw billions of dollars at reinvigorating U.S. shipbuilding. I would venture a guess that aside from Vice Mayor Chapman, I'm the only person who's spent more time in a shipyard than anybody else in here other than her. I know a little bit about shipyards. Nothing spells old-fashioned industry, good old smokestack stink like a shipyard. So how does that go with the California Forever mantra? Congressman Garamendi, at about that same time, held a press conference on Mare Island and asked California Forever, gee, why don't you go ahead and do some ship repair right here where we've got some existing infrastructure? They're not interested. California Forever is actually a real estate scheme, in the words of former Senator Dodd. They're not really going to build anything unless they've got government money thrown at it. Just as they're not interested in doing any city infill projects or anything like that. They've put as much money into this scheme as they intend to. Now they're waiting for a return on investment. I suspect their best return on investment is going to be when somehow, some way, government money is being used to build the highways that are going to have to be built in order to make their neighborhood or whatever. Today in the Reporter, there was a letter from Michael Fortney, who's a California Forever employee. And he claimed, oh, this new shipyard is going to build naval ships, subs, and even commercial ships. Anybody who spends 15 minutes on Wikipedia reading about shipbuilding and the cost, the competition of building commercial ships in the United States as opposed to elsewhere in the world knows this is laughable. Mr. Fortney, I'm sure, knows this. He just assumes that the people reading this can be sucked in because we're all ignorant. The real purpose of California Forever is to somehow make a profit off of government money. Just like Congressman Garamendi said, California Forever is a bad deal. Don't trust it. Congressman Thompson said, I've spoken to these people. I do not trust them. And former Senator Bill Dodd said, it's nothing but a questionable real estate swindle.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Sean Pointer. The City of Vacaville's noise ordinance bylaws is to protect public health, safety, and welfare of their citizens, and by regulating sound amplifying equipment and preventing unreasonable noise levels. Does the city have a hearing board to deal with that public noise nuisance, or does that fall under code enforcement? In the City of Vacaville Public Records of Public Nuisance, Chapter 8, Section 10, it mentioned includes loud noise disturbing the peace or quiet of nearby property or could cause annoyance to discomfort or reasonable people of normal sensitivity in the area. Also, the city manager and the departments in the city shall have the authority to enforce the provisions of this chapter. The City of Vacaville's quiet zone is supposed to be between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. all the time. Being around aircrafts in the Air Force for 29 years, I've become hard hearing and still can hear the loud train noise all night long. What is interesting is the train noise sound exceeds the sound decibels allowed by the city noise ordinance in Village A, where we live and closest to the track. Village E, next to us, the sound decibel is the same as referenced in the attached Bullard Acoustic Consulting Sound Study as Village A. It was a cut and paste from Village A sound study, even though they are in two different areas, which is something wrong there. We contacted KB Development a few weeks ago, and we're going to try to set up a meeting time, still waiting to see if they can discuss a solution to the very loud train noise in their development. We're going to bring to their attention what is going on and how they hired the sound company Ballard to do the sound tests, and how Ballard misrepresented the sound numbers. More to follow. Also noting there's a way to implement a quiet zone with the help of Solano District, Federal Railroad Administration, train noise rule, and the railroad organizations. We just wanted to let you know you will hear more from our neighbors who are concerned about the loud, excessive train noise at the next two city council meetings in April and how it affects them. Mike, who is a project manager, will speak next and present more facts on what is happening and how we can resolve the loud, excessive train noise. We don't want to go backwards. We just want to move forward to resolving the loud train noise. Thank you for your concern and wanting to work with the citizens at Robert Ranch to come up with a solution. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and I want to call out Greg Ritchie. He's been an excellent partner that we've been working with over the past year and a half. Thank you, Greg. So what I want to call attention to is some specific points about this, and this comes around to the general plan as well as the Ballard acoustic study. So this particular exhibit is inside of the general plan, inside of Chapter 8. We've gone through and minimized this down, or maximize it a little bit, so you can end up seeing where our particular development is. You'll notice that there are noise radiation lines coming in from the east side. There's no noise radiation coming from the south. Ballard decided to go through and put together an analysis which showed that they needed to put in a sound wall from the south, where there was no sound that was indicated. That sound wall was built. This is the main driver that we end up having right now. And this is really important because what you end up seeing on here is the sound coming through. Per the general plan with the city of Vacaville, 90% of this development should not have been built. It exceeds the noise limitations and whatnot, and there was no mitigation that was put in place. There's no sound wall. There's no reinforcement for the folks that are dealing with this right now. This is a huge mess. And for the folks that are living with that, I feel sorry for them. And again, per your general plan, this is clearly in the unacceptable for development area. And with the train noise, with the horns, it's well beyond. It goes to 92 decibels. For folks that are going to have young kids and whatnot, trying to go through and sleep, it doesn't work. And the acoustic engineers said also that they would end up somehow in the next 10 years having the decibels come down 10 decibels. How? I'm sorry, I went to a California public school and whatnot, and I think I'm relatively reasonably educated, but it doesn't make sense to me. So we're working with KB right now, who I kind of hold blameless, to go after Ballard to go through and figure this part out, because this is a huge issue. However, the city went through and accepted the findings, never evaluated that against the general plan. And that's where I think we have a huge problem out here. I'm not saying the city is at fault, but I'm just saying we do have a little bit of explaining that needs to take place. So thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not sure if you have that on regular size paper that you can leave with staff. Okay, could you, yes.
And I'm going to go through and do that soft copies too.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Councilman. My name is Farhad Nouri from the residents of Robert Ranch community in Vacaville. And I'm here today to raise a concern about the Fry Road crossing, which has been affecting my family, and especially during the night. The loud noise passing trains and honking their horns during the night made it very difficult for my family to sleep peacefully. My kids who needs rest for school are often tired and in a bad mood the next day. The train passes every 2 hours, sometimes more frequently throughout the night, disturbing our sleep and making it hard for us to rest. Although the builder added a sound wall along the Fry Road, most of the noise we experience actually comes from the train tracks. Unfortunately, there's no barrier between the train tracks and the homes to to block the sounds or reduce the sound. So the noise travels freely around the neighborhoods. As a parent, I wish I could ignore the loud noise, but more importantly, how do I ask my kids or expect them to ignore that? I kindly request the Vacaville City to take an investigation. It can come with a solution to help us reduce the loud noise. I have a couple of the samples that I recorded during the night when we were sleeping. It's from the indoor, so hopefully you can. I just don't want to put it in there. It's very loud, and and it's
Are you
very,
saying that's inside your house?
it's inside our house, yeah. And this is my kids waking up during the 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock during the night. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Chamber members. My name is LaTroy Smith, and I am the president of the Solano Realtists. Now, I know you may not know what a realtist is. Let me explain. A realtist is a Black real estate professional, and the reason why there's a distinction between realtor and realtist is because in 1947, when the organization was created, we were not allowed to be realtors until '64. Some things that you would be aware of that the realtists are responsible for is the Department of HUD exists because of the civil rights movement that the realtists, the work that they put in. Also, the Fair Housing Act exists because of the civil rights movement that the realtists put in. We are here for democracy in housing. We are here for everyone. As a matter of fact, 25% of our membership are everything but Black. Moving forward to today, there are 110 chapters throughout the country, 11 right here in California, and again, Solano has their very own Solano Realtists. What we do today to promote housing is we focus on financial literacy. We focus on teaching about homeownership, about down payment assistance, all the things that you would need to make it equitable in housing. And the reason why I say that is because today, and as a matter of fact, we have a report that's called the SHEBA report. It stands for, and we do it every year, State of Housing in Black America. And in that report, for 24, it says that about 74% of white households have home ownership, where 47% of Black homes have home ownership. That is the largest disparity in the last 50 years as of last year in Black and white home ownership. And so that's why we exist. We fight for home ownership for everyone. We provide these classes mostly, almost always for free, and all the things that we do in the community. We do these things just to help. We're comprised of various realtors from various organizations, Keller Williams, Century 21, all those different organizations. But we are here and we put all this work in for free at no cost because we believe that it's important that we have homeownership rise to the same level. Well, it doesn't matter what color you are, that you all have the same rights and the same opportunities to homeownership. But I just wanted to say that because we are here on Fair Housing Month, and I wanted to just talk about the existence of our organization and why we're here. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. City manager, mayor, council members, I'm here to talk about the proposed sober living home located at 491 Stonewood Drive. I have a few questions and I hope I can get a few answers tonight. Mr. Ritchie offered a town hall meeting to the Stonegate Neighborhood Association through our neighborhood Facebook post. Later, in a follow-up question regarding when Mr. Ritchie would be hosting this meeting, Mr. Ritchie told the Stonegate neighborhood that as of now, the city attorneys are not comfortable for him to meet with us and discuss this issue. Is this true? I'm a bit confused because the entire reason we have a local district representative is to be able to meet and talk about issues that are affecting our neighborhood. We would understand that if a lawsuit had been filed, then the attorneys would not be comfortable for Mr. Ritchie to meet with us. To our knowledge, no lawsuit has been filed. Is this correct? Is the city afraid of litigation from homeowners, from the homeowner and/or his agents? Is this the reason the attorneys are not comfortable for Mr. Ritchie to meet with us? A captain at the Vacaville Police Department was assigned as the official liaison between the city management and the Stonegate Neighborhood Association. We'd like to know why. We do not believe this makes sense to assign a PD staff in this capacity unless the city staff believes a crime is committed. If a crime has not been committed, it would be more beneficial for an experienced city staff member to be assigned to our liaison between the city manager's office and the Stonegate Neighborhood Association. It should be noted for the city council information that several homes in the Stonegate neighborhood have been placed on the MLS and one has a rental sign in front of it. The home next door to 491 Stonewood property has fallen out of contract negotiations twice. Proposed purchases or prospective purchasers do not want to purchase in our once highly sought after neighborhood until there is conclusion to this matter. In the meantime, property owners are incurring real damages in real time and the real estate equity of their homes in every single passing day where there's no action being taken. It should also be a concern to the city council that there may be liability on two fronts now. One with the property owner and now with the multiple property owners who cannot sell their properties and who have lost precious equity in their homes. Several months ago, we came to you with a problem and gave the city a solution to our problem. Like so many other cities that have gone before us, they took charge and added sober living ordinances to help manage and keep peace to the neighborhood. The Costa Mesa ordinances were approved by the courts on December 4th of 24, and on December 5th, they were implemented. Not 10 years ago, as the city manager said a couple weeks ago.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
What I would ask the audience to recognize, each of you have your time to speak and to share your thoughts, and whether it's cheering or jeering, I just ask that you just don't have to respond to everyone in applause as if that's the approval. The council wants to hear what everyone has to say, so thank you. Anyone else needing to address the council? All right, I'm going to bring this back and close business from the floor. I would ask City Manager, if you could, at least for the audience perspective, share what was, at least briefly, what was said at the previous meeting as far as what we're doing, as far as exploring a policy or an ordinance.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. So again, there are unique circumstances associated with the Costa Mesa ordinance. And our council has been talking to their council. The frequency and magnitude of sober living facilities in that particular jurisdiction are much greater than what we experience here. And in talking with the legislators and the legal counsel, it's not an apples to apples approach. And so by what we're doing is looking at every aspect that we can. We're working with other legal counsel to see that we make sure that while we're protecting the issue at hand, we're also not violating any fair housing rights, because it doesn't make any sense to adopt something that can be later tossed. And so I understand what you're saying about the Costa Mesa ordinance, but that is a different ordinance. We're using it and going to try to glean from it what we can, but it is definitely different. And so Our legal office has been actively working on a variety of different areas on this subject, and it is our intent to come back at the April 22nd meeting with an update, and not necessarily an action, but a discussion item, so that our council understands all the different elements to this particular subject, and we can get direction on which way to pursue this. So we are actively working on it. I appreciate your patience, and we will be bringing this back to you, Mayor and Council, at your April 22nd meeting.
And Councilmember Ritchie.
Thanks so much. So regularly, we're not able to talk, and business on the floor, we can't interact, but I just want to address, thank you for the description from the city manager. In the post, I have every intention to do a neighborhood meetup at Town Hall, but my timeline from saying that statement until that post is just on Sunday night, correct? The city's been actively working, as you heard the city manager, so I couldn't go out as fast as I wanted to and have that town hall, have that meeting, because I knew that our city is working on policies from the federal level, state level, to local jurisdiction on fair housing, and make sure that I don't say something that's gonna put the city in position that will counteract a conversation I had with you guys. So we are going, the 22nd finally is gonna be agendized. I just had a meeting today with the city manager about this. So I'm sorry, as of Sunday, it did seem like it was strung out. But from that point to now, we've nonstop, the city's been working with everybody in other cities to get a resolution. And I couldn't come to you until I knew where they were, understanding the policies, and how we can act policies and uphold in our city. So sorry for the confusion.
Thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead and we have no public hearing, so we're going to go on to item 8A, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This first item before you, I am pleased to introduce Mr. Chris Rico, President and CEO of the Solano County Economic Development Corporation. This particular group is a 501c3 nonprofit whose sole purpose is to promote economic development within our Solano County region. They are dedicated to scaling local traded job sectors and attracting new jobs, and really just bringing us all together as a collaborative regional economic development engine. So with that, I'm pleased to present Mr. Rico, who's going to give the council an update of all the efforts that they are working on at their level with Vacaville and the rest of the county. So with that, Chris.
Thank you, Aaron. Good to see you guys. Good evening, everybody. Do I ask you to advance the slide? What do you need? Okay. So when I started 3 years ago, Solano EDC had already hired Newmark Global Consulting for moving Solano Forward 3, and it was something that all 7 cities in the county had contributed to. And I was told that the cities were very specific that they didn't want to pay for another plan that was going to sit on a shelf. So we worked really hard with these consultants to make sure that we came out of that with something that was actionable. And the thing that we heard from them the most was, if we wanted the kinds of jobs that we say we want, so that our 140,000 people who commute out of Solano County every day to go to work could work closer to home, we had a lot of work to do. We weren't ready. I will give this caveat. Of all 7 cities in Solano County, you guys are doing the best job in most of these things. So some of these things don't necessarily apply to you as much as they do to other parts of the county, but some of them apply to the county writ large. Next slide, please. So we got to work. We went to MTC ABAG, which is our regional COG, and we got nearly $1 million in grants. Benicia got a $750,000 grant for their port study. Of all 9 Bay Area counties, we were the only county that swept with all of our requests. This was unprecedented. And one of the things that we got, we have a $500,000 grant for priority production areas, and that's really focusing on our industrial lands. Again, I would say you guys are doing better than anybody else in this. You guys have a plan that you've been driving towards, but there's some things universally that we all need to focus on in terms of infrastructure. Our biggest inhibitor to economic development in Solano County, and the mayor knows this, is power. It's really difficult to attract advanced manufacturing and really high-value jobs when you have a lack of power. So one of the things that we're focusing on with the consultants that we've hired for these priority production areas is, how do we make sure that we have power, that we're ready? I will say, when we got this grant, our thought was that there was going to be a lot of infrastructure money coming down from the federal government, because once upon a time it looked like there was going to be a lot of infrastructure money. I don't know if that's the case, but still we want to be shovel ready for any and all resources that are available to make sure that we have infrastructure so that we can attract the kind of jobs that we want. Next slide, please. So when I met with all of the major employers in the county, which is one of the first things that I did, the number one concern of every major employer in Solano County was the inability to attract and retain young talent because we do not have the right housing that young people want to live in. I can tell you that when I talk to young professionals and say, okay, ideally, where would you like to live in Solano County? And they're like, if there was a really cool apartment building with amenities right next to downtown Vacaville, that's where I want to live, right? And I know you guys have, is it Opportunity Hill? What's the hill that's being developed?
The 700 Park.
Oh, yeah, 700 Park, great. So that's a great start, right? To get some young people who can bring some foot traffic and some nightlife, but that's what young people want. A lot of them end up going to West Sac because we haven't really developed for them. So this particular $400,000 grant is good for everybody in the county because it's right in the middle. It's Fairfield, Sassoon, and it's around the train station. I don't know if you guys have ever taken the train from the Fairfield, Sassoon train station. I'm the cheap guy who doesn't want to pay for airport parking, so I actually park there for free, and I take the train sometimes when I fly out of Oakland. I am the only person who gets on the train. Every once in a while, there's one or two people that get on with me, but really, it's so grossly underutilized, and that land on either side of there is pretty derelict. And so what you have is you have a downtown Sassoon and a downtown Fairfield who both really suffer. So our vision is how do we bring dense kind of workforce housing for younger people who might not need to go to San Francisco 5 days a week, but they may need to go to San Francisco or Sacramento, for that matter, 1 or 2 days a week. And they would have the option of walking to downtown Sassoon or walking to downtown Fairfield, which is a pretty unique proposition. You don't generally get two downtowns that are within walking distance. I don't know if you guys, some of you guys probably remember at one point in time, you actually could walk from downtown Fairfield and downtown Sassoon before the freeway and that really horrible pedestrian bridge that no one uses if they don't have to. Like, it's really not a pleasant experience. So we're focusing on that. That's of benefit to everybody in the county. The more that we can provide the right housing for young professionals, the more that we're going to be able to attract the kinds of companies that we want because they need those folks. Next slide, please. So something I'm really proud of, and I have to give credit where credit is due to Sean Quinn, who really is the architect of this and a lot of the things that we do. And if you guys don't know him, he's really a treasure, frankly, in the county. So this is a $4 million revolving loan fund. This was ARPA funding that came from the county that they entrusted with us. It was really arduous to get to this point, but I'm so proud that we got there because we now have resources to help our businesses in perpetuity as the money revolves and comes back into the funds. And we did something that no one's ever done before. We got 3 competing lenders in a geography to actually collaborate on a project. This was not easy, but they all did it for the right reason, which is they want to make sure that they're supporting small businesses, but also it's a good business development opportunity for them to get new clients, and they don't have to use their capital. So the biggest point of contention was we wanted to make the credit score be as low as possible because folks with, well, I don't know if any of you guys are small business owners, but a lot of small businesses end up putting things on their credit cards, which is like 22, 23%. And that actually can really impact their credit score. And they kind of get in this loop where they don't have the credit score to access cheap capital and they kind of stay there. So we thought, okay, what if we gave folks with lower credit scores cheaper capital? So these are subprime interest, it's 6%. We were able to negotiate a 630 credit score. Again, the banks did not want to go below 680 because by nature they are risk averse. That's how they make money. But we kept telling them, it's not your money. Like, you don't have to worry about it. And traditionally, with a 630 credit score, default rate is 15%. Ours is at 5% because we did a couple things. We created a carrot, which was if you go work with the SBDC, who we're partnered with on this very closely, for 60 days, we'll rebate the $350 application fee. This is uncollateralized loans, right? So this is really, really good. And I have to tell you, we've been getting feedback from small businesses and all 7 cities, the county, unincorporated area, you know, frozen yogurt shops, tamales, gun shops. Like, we've farmers, we've loaned to everybody across the spectrum. And a lot of people have said like this saved their business. This has been transformational for them. So really proud of that. Next slide, please. So I don't know if you guys have had a chance to participate in our speaker series. This is something that Kaiser funds. One of our objectives is to really elevate the ecosystem and the conversation so that we all understand things like artificial intelligence, things like one of the things that we're going to do in the future, and I know this is contentious, is talk about battery storage, because it's something that we need from an infrastructure standpoint, but I know that it's also something that's really scary for a lot of people, and rightly so. So we just like to bring these conversations in. We do them from noon to 1:30, kind of a lunch and learn. We usually get about 100 people. And I have to say one of the nice, well, not one of the nice things, I'd say a silver lining of the pandemic is because of the proliferation of Zoom, we can actually get people, like really talented people in their field, to Zoom in from wherever they are to be a part of our speaker series in a way that we would never be able to get them to come to Solano County generally in person. So if you haven't had a chance to check that out, those are great. Next slide, please. So we were able to hire a marketing manager, which is something that we didn't have before. Darren has done a really outstanding job of turning our monthly newsletter into a magazine that's really full of a lot of information. We celebrate our cities and our businesses. It has a community calendar on the back. If you haven't checked that out, I encourage you to. I think our open rate is above 50%, which is really good. So check that out if you haven't. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, back to employers saying they have a difficult time attracting and retaining young talent because they can't find affordable housing. The other thing that we've heard a lot, Travis has a really difficult time housing airmen. Mayor Carley and I don't know if any of you guys have ever gone to the Defense Leadership Summit, but we've started learning a lot more about what are the concerns of our base and how that impacts national security. And one time I went, they really were talking about, in California specifically, housing is probably the biggest threat to their ability to actually deliver their mission, which is something that you don't really think about, right? So that could compromise national security. So ADUs are housing for young employees. They're housing for folks who are aging in place a lot, often unsafely in multi-story homes. Because if you've lived your whole life somewhere, this woman who was here before, who's 26 grandkids, right? Like they've lived here since what, 1988. People have their whole lives here. Their church is here, their business was here, their friends are here. They don't want to leave, but we haven't really built adequate senior housing. So they're kind of trapped. Those are houses that families could and should be living in. School enrollment starts declining in those neighborhoods that are getting older. So ADUs are a solution where someone could build an ADU in their backyard, which is they can make it ADA compliant, where they can age safely. Their kids who are living in Arizona or Nevada because they can't afford to live here can move into the house. Those kids then have babysitters built in because parents are there. So it's really good. It's one of the reasons why we're focusing on it. It's good for society. It's good for our economy. We had a grant from the Kaiser Foundation. Working in partnership with the Community Planning Collaborative, we built the adu.org website, and we're going to keep developing that further to make it as easy for people to build ADUs as possible. Next slide, please. So with the support of all, well, actually that's not true, 6 of the 7 cities and the county, we were able to hire a business retention and expansion specialist. The reason is there is a lot of turnover in city government. And if you're a business, you don't know who to call for something because you don't know the economic development manager anymore. You knew the economic development manager 2 times ago. And we thought, we actually need someone who's stable. This is something that came from the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation, where I was, where we had business retention and expansion specialists who'd been there for 20 or 30 years. And those businesses knew, like, if they had a question about a tax rebate or some program or some energy, they would call Barb. And so we thought, we need somebody like that to have that continuity. So we hired Nicole Mock. She's dynamite. She's back from maternity leave. She's getting out there and getting to know the businesses. Half of her salary is funded by BayREN, which is the Bay Area Regional Energy Network, which is also housed within our organization. We've saved businesses probably $500,000 with energy savings. So she's funded by both those sources, the cities, the county, that, and it's great. And we're going to keep growing that part of our work. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I just talked about Bay Ren. So J. Paul Harrington, who's been with our organization for 11 years, actually lives here in Vacaville, is really the class of the region. Of all 9 counties, his peers really look up to him for the program that he's created. And we have a couple staff members that work with him now on that. So proud of that. Next slide, please. And then I know this is redundant for those of you who came to our breakfast, because Vacaville was the city that had the most folks at our breakfast. So sorry if this is a little bit of a refresher. But we do things like our annual breakfast. We put on a rural economic development forum in Dixon last year for the smaller cities. One of my predecessors, Sandy Person, who's known and beloved, used to host a lot of breakfasts. It's something that we hear a lot of from folks, like, why don't you guys do more breakfasts? It's a big lift from a staff standpoint, but we hear people and we know that people want to get together. So look for us to be doing a couple more breakfasts this year in addition to our annual breakfast. And next slide, please. So you guys may know that of the 9 Bay Area counties, we get a tiny fraction of the philanthropy of the other Bay Area counties. We get a penny on the dollar. Literally, for every dollar that San Francisco gets of philanthropy, we get a penny. Based on demographics, we actually have more need than any other county in Solano County. So we have more need, we get no philanthropy. I will say this is a bit of a Sisyphusian task that we're working on, but we're gonna work on it and keep working on it because it's low-hanging fruit. There's only so many tax dollars to pay for programs that we need to support folks around housing or education or workforce development or, folks who are unhoused. There's only so many resources and we need to address those problems. So I'm happy that Leslie Yannick is now running the Solano Community Foundation. I think she's gonna do a great job. We'll be working in partnership with her. So we raised a bunch of money from a bunch of charities and we put on a nonprofit capacity building summit. That was great. And then we had, thanks to the Wells Fargo Foundation, we had 30 nonprofit leaders who went through a year's cohort of nonprofit support. Next slide, please. I think that's all. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. Power is certainly that difficult thing that I know that as a city, when we're trying to attract business, we're trying to make sure that we have that. And as being part of the board, it's really helped from my perspective, to understand other needs within the county.
Yeah.
And the challenges drive economic engines. And like in Fairfield, there was opportunity that passed them because they weren't able to provide the power.
Right, it was going to take them 4 years to get power.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it certainly is clear that energy, I'll say resiliency, but also independence or control of capacity is something that is very important to value.
Yeah. Well, so it's something that we're looking at. We're definitely having conversations that you will be part of, talking to Marin Clean Energy and other folks. Travis Air Force Base is on the second MER grant, which is military installation resiliency, I think.
Yeah.
They got $1.2 million, and then they got another $1.2 million, looking specifically at power redundancy for Travis, because suddenly people realized that Travis having one source of power was a problem. And I don't know if you knew this, but an airman ran into a pole, 6 months ago or something, and took the whole base down for 18 hours. They have generators for critical stuff, but they don't have generators for the whole base. So this is really important. I will tell you the other thing is I get a lot of calls. I don't know if you guys are getting calls from AI companies in Silicon Valley that want to put server farms. We don't want them. You should know that there isn't a city here who wants your server farm. However, if you trillion-dollar artificial intelligence industry know that you need to have server farms in this geography or Contra Costa because of latency, which is the distance from, right? Help us solve our power problem. Help us bring abundant, cheap, renewable power, and then maybe we'll negotiate and we'll get some really lucrative community benefit agreements out of it. But that's the kind of conversations that we need to be having on the kind of macro scale, because again, we're not going to bring the kind of jobs we want if we don't have power. And AI and cryptocurrency are gobbling up power in the country, and we're all paying for it. Whether we know it or not, we're all paying for it.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Silva.
Yeah. Thanks for coming in and giving a rundown of it all. I always felt that, so just growing up here, each city has its own dynamic culture. in their own like relationship and views with other cities. And I think just kind of gain your perspective on how you've seen things transition from in a perspective of where we're trying to compete between one city over another within a county that's literally more in competition of the region, which in a state is in competition with the rest of the world. In what ways have you seen or would you recommend that we would benefit in having a much more collaborative approach on finding the win-wins while maintaining each town's own unique identity?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, listen, we're the conduit for that, right? Like, it's really what we exist for. And, you know, however people think about this shipbuilding opportunity, if it happens and tens of billions of dollars of money flow in to build ships, that's going to be something that benefits every city in this county. There will be ancillary industries that come out of that. It will be jobs. I will tell you that they're like Mario Giuliani, who's the city manager in Benicia, this mayor, this city manager, David Gassaway in Fairfield. There's like Christina down in Rio Vista. Smart people who understand that like we're all going to rise together and cheering for each other. Like biomanufacturing, if you guys keep growing that here, people in Fairfield are going to work at those jobs, right? Like they don't stop at a boundary. So I think more and more of our elected leaders and our government leaders understand that, and we've been working on that. Power is one of those places that we can work together on that. Workforce development is one of those places that we can work on that, right? Making sure that we have the workforce. That's the other variable that companies look at when. And here's the thing, like, old school economic development was like, oh, let's go get courtside seats and have scotch and a steak dinner, and I'll get you to bring your company here. It doesn't happen anymore. Everyone is looking at data. They're crunching data that tells them, do they want to be here? What are the school numbers? What kind of housing do you have? Do you have power? Do you have the workforce? That's what they're looking for. So the more that we can work together on those kinds of things, the way that we'll all rise together.
And another question, trying to set it up or frame it, going back to like the workforce component, I think there's a noticeable shift. So I focus on workforce. My doctorate I'm working on is in workforce development, and I think one of the things that we see within the upcoming generation is depending on what spectrum, what demographic you're in, you're either looking at trying to run your own company right out of high school or out of college, which is statistically not necessarily going to happen right that minute.
Like in the NBA, yes.
Or others that just straight up feel that field or that business or that those opportunities aren't for them. And so we have like this huge gap between a lack of expectation or a reality on how to navigate the ability to work the way up within the industry, or even more so to really truly understand the benefits of embracing an entrepreneurial spirit. So these are some like discussions that I've just kind of been a part of, and I see a trend moving more towards about the concept of just entrepreneurship. So I think SBDC fosters that. Do you feel that supporting more of efforts of entrepreneurship or incubator space?
Yeah. I mean, we're a small staff. We only have so much bandwidth. I would love to run an entrepreneurship program. Could we collaborate with other partners in the ecosystem to focus on that? For sure. And listen, those skills are good skills whether you end up starting your own company or not, right? Like learning the spirit of entrepreneurship is a good thing for folks. Also, as you know, like skilled trades, right? Like I was lucky enough to finally buy a house because I don't live in LA anymore, and I was able to buy a house in Solano County, and it's like, oh, this is what a plumber makes. This is what an electrician makes. Like you can make a lot of money doing this stuff, and I think we did ourselves a disservice. When I was in high school, you were looked down upon if you were in wood shop and auto mechanic and stuff like that. Like I wish I knew how to do that stuff. Like those are great jobs. So I think that's the other thing that we need to focus on really is, and particularly with advanced manufacturing, right? It's very complicated. There are machines, as you know, that you have to learn to work with, and you need to understand the math and all that other stuff. I can tell you the number one thing when I go meet with any manufacturer in Solano County, Budweiser, Jelly Belly, doesn't matter. They can't find maintenance people. They cannot find Six Flags is half the rides are down half the time because they can't find people to fix them. So, and those are great jobs. So we need to, I think, focus on that as well. Entrepreneurship, those are great skills, but also making things.
Yeah, and so I think, sorry, and this is my last point, but I think like when we talk about entrepreneurship, it's just looking for opportunities to improve a program or process. And it doesn't necessarily have to mean that you form a company, but that there's the opportunity for that. So I think that's how we.
Happy to, let's have lunch and talk about it and see if there's a way that we can facilitate that.
Thanks.
Sure.
Yeah, Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you so much. Actually, Councilman Silva actually talked about a lot of great things. I'll talk about collaboration. So as you mentioned, the shipbuilding, cut to the words of my mouth. You covered a lot of the stuff Silva did. The collaboration is really all the 7 cities, all the Bay Area. The ability for that collaboration, the shipyard come to the city. Can you please explain, like, how could Vacaville, how could Fairfield, how could Sassoon actually have infill opportunity by both having the residents and businesses prosper by having something come at that level of economic engine?
I mean, ironically, if the shipbuilding comes, it's the probably biggest opportunity to drive infill, right? Where it doesn't pencil right now in Sassoon City or Fairfield. Fairfield has that old bank site in downtown, Bank of America site that they leveled, and they went out to the market to see if anybody wanted to build, workforce housing, nice housing. No one was interested in it because it doesn't pencil, right? So if there's a demand for it, if we have now tens of thousands of workers who are working in that place, it can drive the infill that we're looking for. And then, it will benefit everybody in the Bay Area. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, that they're looking at different modalities of coming across from Contra Costa, because folks are going to live there too and work at those jobs, right? Like, I don't know whether it's a new bridge. I don't know whether it's micro transit, who knows? Are we going to be in flying cars in 10 years? Maybe, right? I don't know. Possible.
Yeah, so the second part of that, I mean, and that kind of dovetails, myself and Silva had a conversation, it was last weekend. It's about the sheer amount of people after Guermity did a speech that would take to revitalize the shipyard already existing in Mare Island, a possible new shipyard across Martinez.
Yeah.
You have Richmond, you have all these places will be revigorated. It's gonna take tens of thousands of people. We're talking about entrepreneurship. They're gonna need a lot of skilled, it's got a lot of labor. But the pathway for some people to learn the trades, work, and then have the opportunities to come back and start their own company, as they were maybe a skilled labor electrician, a plumber for 7 years. They take the skills and they become a private small business to empower. Then therefore they become the company that gets the contracts. And we're talking about wealth building in our community. Like, I don't think that's really stressed enough. Or, yes, you can get a job. You can become a carpenter and have a 15-year career and learn the skills enough to start your own company. Then come right back and get a contract to now employ 50 people at your company to do that work for the same development. I just think the synergy that can happen by actually entrepreneurship, not just becoming a worker bee, you can become an owner and then really reinvest back in the community.
Listen, if this opportunity happens or any other opportunity of that scale happens, the onus is on us to develop the workforce and really focus on that. And to marry both of your points, like, if you're teaching someone a trade, you should also be teaching them entrepreneurship and how to run their own business. Because to your point, like, yeah, you can go be a plumber and work for somebody else, but if you own your own plumbing company and have 4 trucks and have employees, you're going to be making a lot more money, right? So we should embed that stuff into there anyway.
I give an example. I have a friend in town. Same thing. He worked really hard for about 12, 15 years doing HVAC. He turned around, started his own HVAC company, Vacaville. He didn't leave. Now he employs 40 people.
Right.
So his skills turned around and now empowered 40 other individual households. Like, that's the power of entrepreneurship in this trades at the same time. So I see it.
So I want to have lunch with both of you and let's talk about entrepreneurship and we'll see if there's something that we can do.
Okay.
Yeah, and Councilmember Wiley.
Thanks for the information. Just a couple comments. You talked about the train, and I agree. We really need to utilize that train because it's not utilized. But because of that, the traffic is really bad.
Right.
And when I talk to anyone across Vacaville, the traffic, and it's only getting worse with all the building that's going on,
Right.
all over Vacaville. So any ideas about traffic? It's great that they have been working on I-80, and that has made a huge difference.
Yep.
But I know that's a big thing for the county.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, I know that the Capital Corridor is of focus. There's a whole Capital Corridor plan even for the Vacaville train station as well, right? So the more that we can drive folks to different modalities. I thought coming out of the pandemic that more people were going to be working remotely. It seems to be a contentious issue. I don't think we've landed exactly where we are, but like, that obviously can take traffic off the roads if people are working remotely. Yeah, beyond that, that's an STA question. I don't really.
And then the other thing, you talk about the cities. So do you work pretty closely with the base? I know I've seen you at a lot of base things.
Yeah.
Because you were talking about the need for mechanics. Because at the base, they talk about people who are finishing being, a few years and they have the skills from working on jets. And then we just need to keep them and get them plugged in.
Yeah, but we also need to not
jobs
tax
that are
their
here.
retirement benefits.
Right.
Because I think we're the only state now that's doing that. I mean, it's ludicrous because those are really skilled people that have 20 years or 30 years of career ahead of them. Like, someone should crunch the numbers on the opportunity cost of losing those people, right? So, but yeah, listen, Sandy, as you know, the Travis Community Consortium is domiciled within the EDC. I really defer to her. That's her lane, but I'm there when asked, right? I'm there to be supportive whenever I'm asked to be there. But Sandy has that in control. But I think there are opportunities on the workforce kind of transition stuff that we could facilitate to make sure that those folks are sticking around.
And just the last little question. Yep. You've said several times it's a small staff. So how big is your staff? I know it's like 3 or something.
So we were 3 when I started. We're 6 now, full time. And then we have a handful of consultants who work with us on different projects. So we've doubled, but we're a small and mighty staff. And, I think we're doing a lot of stuff for a small staff. So I'm proud of the stuff that we do.
Oh, great. Thanks.
But God help me
up
when
the good
Sean
work.
Quinn actually retires. I might be whistling a different tune.
Wait, thank you so much for this presentation.
You're welcome.
And clearly, we all have to work together, and I know that you work closely with Don Burris. And obviously, at our regular meetings, it's really nice to be able to network with the greater board, which is it's a cross-discipline of industry and government.
Yeah, and public good, which was by design. There's been some like, oh, your board is too big. I'm like, no, it's not, because we want all those folks. As you've seen, we've had some pretty robust conversation, and it's good to have workforce and the community college and the food bank, right, and the land trust. It's all part. That's why I love my job, right? Like I'm a generalist. Like I love all these things, so it's great to have them there. Thanks for letting me come talk to you guys.
Well, thank you very much.
Have a great night.
Appreciate it. This is a public item, so I'm going to go ahead and open up to the public if anyone wishes to make any comments on this. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to item B. This is the study session on fire hazard severity zones.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, we've assembled a team from representatives from our fire department and our city attorney's office, led by Chief Chris Concepcion, Fire Marshal Jill Childers, and Assistant City Attorney David Nam. Tonight, we're going to be talking to you and giving you as much information as we possibly can on the fire hazard severity zones. And I know there's a couple announcements that need to be made before we get started with the actual presentation, so I'll turn it over to them.
Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, tonight, to avoid a potential conflict of interest, I'm recusing myself from participating in item 8B because my personal residence is located in a proposed fire hazard severity zone. However, I am currently seeking an opinion from the FPPC to determine if I can participate in future actions on the fire hazard severity zone maps. I will leave the meeting until notified that the item is complete. Have a good.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I also am recusing myself from this item as my personal residence is also located within 500 feet of potential fire hazard severity zone.
Well, we will notify you when we're done. Thank you. We'll turn this over to our fire chief, Chief Concepcion. I know that this is something that the city of Vacaville promptly published on our website so that we would make notifications to the public. And we're not the only city dealing with this, so hopefully you can shed some light on this, and we'll also be able to take some input from the public. I know there's already been a lot of public comments, so I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
We are certainly going to try. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. As you know, we're here to talk about the fire hazard severity zones, what it's all about, what we can do, what we can't do, what our next steps are, and provide a little bit more education, hopefully clarify some mix-ups and stuff. So next slide, please, David. So I'm going to start off with a little bit of a history lesson, if you will. Fire hazard severity zones have been around actually for a long, long time. And like some of, or like most of our laws, they're rooted in some sort of catastrophe or event that happened. And fire hazard severity zones are no different. So back in 1980, the Panorama Fire in San Bernardino County burned 28,800 acres. That resulted in 4 fatalities, 77 injuries, and damaged or destroyed 325 structures. So the very next year, all of these laws that you see up there, laws and regulations, resulted from that fire. Basically what all these laws say is the state has to identify, and they created a map, and they identified all the fire hazard severity zones in what they call SRA, or State Responsibility Area. SRA is where the state is financially responsible for putting out all of the fires in those areas. And we have some SRA that are right next to the city. Back then, the science was that they used to come up with the different zones was very, very different. Fire science was a little bit different there. They focused more on fire spread, and it's changed now, and I'm going to talk about that, what has changed since then. But in 1980 and in 1981, those laws pertained just to the state. So in 1991, the Oakland Hills fire that burned, really as compared to the Panorama fire, only burned 1,600 acres, but was much more deadly, 25 deaths, 150 plus injuries, and 3,000 structures within those 1,600 acres damaged or destroyed. So much, much more damage as a result of that fire. And in 1992, as a result of that fire, that's when the state passed some laws and that said that fire hazard severity zones had to be identified in LRA, which is local responsibility area. So we have some LRA in our city. So that's how it pertains to us. So that's the background of that. Next slide, please, David. So since then, since 1992, there have been a lot of different amendments to the fire hazard severity zone legislation. Notably, the differences are starting off with Assembly Bill 337 in 1992 that created having to identify the very high fire severity zones in LRA, or local responsibility area, so just like in our city. The reason that we didn't have and we didn't adopt any of that area in our city was there were no very high fire severity zones that were identified within the boundaries of the city of Vacaville. So in the last update, in the last map update, which was the state started it in 2007 and finalized in 2011, there were no very high zones, so we didn't adopt any of those zones. Now, come along after some more devastating fires in Senate Bill 63 in 2021 and Assembly Bill 211 in 2022. Now, this is the big change. So the big change is now local agencies must, by these laws, adopt all 3 different zones, and that's moderate, high, and very high, and we have to adopt them by ordinance. Slide, please. So just kind of repeat, local agencies must designate fire hazard severity zones, all 3 zones, moderate, high, very high, based on state fire marshal recommendations. And that's where a little bit of confusion comes into play. You see the word recommendation, you also see the word proposed coming from the state fire marshal. And so when you hear the word proposed or you hear the word recommended, it implies that we can make a change to it. And the answer is yes, we can make a change to it as far as the city is concerned when we adopt these zones. But the only change that we can make is we can only make the zones that they've identified a higher risk. We can put them in a higher risk level. We can't lower the risk based on what the what the state has recommended. We also cannot remove any area. If there's a moderate area and we don't feel that it's, it reaches the moderate level, we can't remove that area. We can only add to their zones. So those are the only changes. We can only increase the fire severity level, or we can increase the zones. These are the only two changes that we can make. So that's why it comes in as recommended and proposed, but we have to pretty much adopt what they gave us, if that makes sense. So what that means is in zones that are identified high and very high severity zones, any new building is going to have to comply with California Building Code Section 7A, and that's fire resistive construction. So exterior walls have to be non-combustible or ignition resistant. Siding has to be fire resistant. They have to have boxed eaves. The vents have to be designed to prevent ember and flame intrusion into the attics and into the basements. Those are some examples. And the law also says that the designations must be done within 120 days of the cities or the local jurisdictions receiving the state's recommendations. And we received the state's recommendations on February 25th of this year. And we have to make it public, and so we made it public as quickly as we could, and we have to accept comment. And here's the thing: is they say we have to accept comments from the public, which we want to accept, input from our public and what concerns they have within 30 days of receiving the proposed map. However, the state fire marshal has declined to receive any of those comments. Now, even though they're declining to receive any of those comments, we're going to send those comments on to them.
As we should.
Yep. So just a little bit more background, going back to the educational piece. The California Fire Hazard Severity Zone model managed by it's managed by CAL FIRE. They identify areas with high wildfire potential based on factors like vegetation, terrain, weather, and fire history, and then they classify them into either moderate, high, or very high hazard zones. They're rooted in science and field-tested model, and they assign a hazard score based on the factors that influence the fire likelihood and fire behavior. And I'm going to talk about some of those factors that they go in. And when we start our academy, when we talk about wildland, every new firefighter, as soon as we get into the academy, we start talking about wildland and brush fires. We talk about the three primary factors that determine fire behavior, and that's fuel, or the type of vegetation that's on the ground, the weather. Hot, dry, windy conditions significantly increase the fire risk, and as we all know, we have that type of weather here in Vacaville. The topography or the terrain, the steep slopes and canyons can accelerate fire spread. So on hillsides, the fire always travels uphill, and then if that's in alignment with the wind, the wind is blowing in the same direction as the fire going uphill, that spread fire that much faster. So those are the three primary factors that play into this model. They also take a look at fire history, how much fire activity has happened in the past in that particular area. Based on the fuel, weather, and topography of that area, what's the expected flame length? And that flame length determines, how quickly a fire will spread. And then something that's newer, since the mid-2000s, they discovered that blowing embers has caused a lot of damage as far as fires are concerned. I personally, when I was working down in Southern California, I watched a couple of houses burned from the inside out 8 hours after the flaming front passed the house. because embers had gotten into the attic and smoldered and then eventually burned the house down. So that's why embers are, it's kind of like, and somebody likened it many years ago when we were talking about it, it's like throwing burning confetti into a fan, and it's embers can fly a mile. It's not uncommon in windy conditions for embers to fly a mile ahead of the flaming front and cause damage. So that's why that's why they take that into consideration. And again, it's based on fuel, weather, and fuel and weather really. And then also they take into that goes into the model is the likelihood or the probability of the area burning kind of along with that fire history over a 30 to 50 year time period. There's another factor that they take into place that I didn't put in there, and it was crown fires, because it doesn't really pertain to us, and that's for wooded forest areas that have the tall trees, and that doesn't pertain to us at all. So those are the factors that go into determining determining either moderate, high, or very high fire hazard severity zones. There's another change that created or caused a change in the maps, in the last maps, like I had said, that the last update was done in 2011. The last maps for LRA, or local responsibility areas, as well as the SRA, they used stock weather inputs across the state to calculate wildland fire intensity fire scores. So they used generalized weather data. So one of the changes they made for this new update, the 2024 and 2025 update, they're using specific 2-kilometer grid. And I don't know how they come up with this science. It's based on they've got very specific data that's specific to these 2-kilometer grids, and they cover a very specific time period from 2003 to 2018. I'm not sure why they came up with that time period, but there's obviously a lot of different significant fires in that time period. But that's the data that they're using. So they're using specifically 2-kilometer grids of weather data rather than generalized weather data. So that changed the maps up a little bit. So you can see the proposed map that was sent to us by CAL FIRE. We do now have very, very along 80, I didn't say along 80, we have in Lagoon Valley area, we have some very high. We didn't used to have any very high, so we didn't, that's why we didn't have to adopt any. Now we've got also have significant area of moderate and high fire hazard severity zones. If you look at the old map of the last map that was put out by CAL FIRE back in 2011, you could see that the fire hazard severity zone stopped at the city boundaries. And the reason for that was because they may have considered it, moderate and high at the time, but we didn't have to adopt it because the law was such that we didn't have to adopt it. So we did not adopt it at the time. So the old maps, they stopped at the city boundaries. So, and if you look at the map here, you can really see that the zones really kind of follow the topography. It's where it comes down, it comes down off of the hills, so down in the Lagoon Valley area, you've got the hills, and you've got Callan Hill that's and parts of Browns Valley coming off of the hills. That's kind of where the zones are in our city. Next, I want to talk about, want to clarify, and this is from the state. The state wants to clarify, and I think we should also, the difference between hazard and risk. So what we're talking about and what we're having to adopt by state law is fire hazard severity zones. So a hazard Fire hazard is based on physical conditions that create a likelihood and expected fire behavior over a 30 to 50-year period. This is the key, without considering mitigation measures such as home hardening, recent wildfires, and fuel reduction. We all know that, and we watched it during the LNU Lightning Complex fire, our prevention efforts, our weed abatement did a great job in saving many, many homes in Vacaville. But none of that in coming up with these hazard maps are taken into consideration. None of the grazing that we, that is done every year, none of the weed abatement, none of those mitigations efforts are taken into consideration when identifying hazards. So that's what these maps identify. They identify hazards. Now, the fire risk is the potential that damage a fire can do to the area under existing conditions, and that the fire risk account for any modifications such as fuel reduction projects, defensible space, and ignition-resistant building construction. So, and the reason I bring up the difference between hazard and risk is it's a question on everyone's mind. It's a question that I had is how is this, I live here in Vacaville, how is this going to affect my insurance? And so these are CAL FIRE's, I'm going to just read these are CAL FIRE's statements. These are directly from them, so we're quoting them. So out of their handouts, will the new fire hazard severity zones affect my ability to get or maintain insurance? And CAL FIRE's answer to that is insurance companies use risk models, which differ from hazard models because they consider the susceptibility of a structure to damage from fire and other short-term factors that are not included in hazard modeling. It is unlikely that insurance risk models would utilize CAL FIRE fire hazard severity zones as a factor, but much of the same data that is used in the fire hazard severity zone model are likely included in the insurance company's risk models. However, insurance risk models incorporate many additional factors and that change more frequently. Many additional factors and that change more frequently than those that CAL FIRE includes in its hazard mapping, which is built to remain steady for the next 10 plus years. Again, that is CAL FIRE's statement. I also have the California Insurance Commissioner's statement on this, and his direct quote is, let me be clear, the CAL FIRE hazard maps are not used for insurance rates or underwriting decisions, but they will empower communities with more accurate information about the very real hazards we face. The reality is we all need to do more to protect our homes and communities from wildfires. When communities know and understand the risk, they can plan and prepare. So again, those are directly from CAL FIRE and from the insurance commissioner. So what must we do? By law, we have to designate fire hazard severity zones, again, from Senate Bill 63 and Assembly Bill 211. Local agencies, such as the City of Vacaville, have to designate fire hazard severity zones in all three categories, moderate, high, and very high, based on the state fire marshal's recommendations. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we can only increase fire severity zones or add areas to fire severity zones. We are not planning on doing that. Local agencies such as ourselves cannot reduce the levels or areas. Any change, so if we were planning on one of the things they put on there is if we were planning on changing to increasing any of our severity zones, which we're not planning, it would require substantial evidence finding. So we're not planning on doing that. So as a result of the state law, we're recommending that we comply with the state law and do what we have to comply with state law, and that is to adopt their map as they've proposed. So I'm going to pass it on to Jill. She's going to talk about next steps and what we're planning on doing.
So the process that we followed here in Vacaville was that when the state fire marshal's recommendations were received by our department on February 24th of this year, the city made the state provided map and the state's recommendations available for public review on March 6th. The city provided an interactive map on 313 so residents could look up their specific addresses or parcels so they could see what severity zone, if any, they fell into. And we provided educational resources that were provided by the state through an email that was sent out to over 39,000 emails on March 6th. And through various social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, X, LinkedIn, and the Ring Neighborhood app. So we tried to push this information out in as many different ways as we possibly could. We sent it out starting on March 6th. We've sent it out an additional 3 times because we really did want to hear from our residents. We also provided education in person and using the city's website as well. Next slide, please. The ordinance adoption process. The state fire marshal provided a model ordinance to assist with local adoptions. The city's proposed ordinance aligns with the model ordinance that the state has provided us. Our next steps are to bring the proposed ordinance back to City Council on May the 27th. We will continue our public education outreach on wildfire preparedness, like our Ready, Set, Go program. Last year, we actually started walking door to door in areas adjacent to open space, and we provided them handouts on Ready, Set, Go, and we will do that again this year. And we will continue to move forward with our annual weed abatement process, which all our courtesy notice for weed abatement this year were mailed out on April 1st of this year as well. Lastly, our plan is to send all comments we receive from our residents to the state fire marshal so he is aware of our residents' concerns that they have about this map. We want to share that with him. That's all we have for our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Yeah, I appreciate it. As you can imagine, there's been a lot of questions, and there's no real way of taking this and feeling like it's just not another state mandate. We understand the risks of fire. We've seen it, and I know that in some of the hazard mitigations that we've seen during the LNU fire, the prevention did exactly what it was supposed to do. And so, how does this? It caused me to think, and I'm sure you've heard this question as well. How can insurance companies not use this, and or the flip side of that is well, aren't insurance companies already using their own models? So it sounds to me like that's kind of where the state is looking at this from an insurance perspective. Can you actually help those who are here, those who are watching, help understand, what it is that we don't have control over, and if there are things that we can do regardless that can do further prevention. So when we look at those areas, is this something that you and your staff in the future will also try to harden it from the sources that are outside the city and come up with a plan? I mean, what have you and your staff thought about once you received word of this?
I mean, even long before we received these maps, I mean, we know we are well aware of the risk of within our city, and we're right next to wildland areas, and how the fire can come into our city. So we've taken, we're pretty proactive. I shouldn't say pretty. We're very proactive in our prevention efforts. We've got one of the strongest, everybody knows that, our weed abatement is like regular, like clockwork, and we're really tough on property owners as far as weed abatement is concerned, because we know it makes a difference. As far as new developments are concerned, our fire marshal her and I have many discussions on how much defensible space is needed, and all the preventative efforts that have to take place. The Ready, Set, Go program, we implemented that a few years ago, knowing that after the LNU Lightning Complex fire, in helping to educate our residents on how to better prepare for wildfire. And so we've taken a lot of different steps. I mean, even before these maps don't really make much of a difference in our efforts, if you will, because we had such robust efforts before, if that makes sense.
It seems like the ordinance requires the adoption of the map so that building codes 7A would be added for new construction.
Yes.
Any requirement that you see looking at those codes that would affect existing homes, or as we know, when families are looking to do a remodel, half the time part of the inspection is to come in and check your water flow in your toilets, and people wonder why they have to go in, because it's a way that codes somehow affect remodels. So
yes.
Can you shed any light on that?
So as far as 7A requirements, they would not be retroactive, because that seemed to be a comment that we received quite a few comments on. So 7A would not be retroactive. However, with some folks were asking about major remodel thresholds. Currently in law, there's nothing that pertains to that says we have to. However, it is something that the city will look at and evaluate between my office and the building department to determine if there's maybe some thresholds for those areas that are in high or very high fire severity zones moving forward. So I did actually reach out to our chief building official prior to this too, to get her input on it too.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes. I'd just like to thank both of you for the excellent communication and briefing on this. I know you've got a lot of correspondence with the public, and I've had some questions. Your email, Fire Marshal, was fantastic in the conversations and question answering. I also want to make sure that I thank you, your department, our local firefighters, our first responders, our public works guys, that all came together along with our community and business members and volunteers during LNU. There is no doubt I have confidence in our city and in the fire department and our public works department and public safety professionals if a fire happens. So I just want to say that out loud. But I do have concerns about this map. Clearly, we're seeing people lose their homeowners insurance and have to get these supplemental policies. That's not happening by accident. And certainly the folks that are watching right now or reaching out to us or that are here today have an opportunity to reach out to their state officials to voice their opinions if the state fire marshal isn't willing to hear them. But I also think that this council has an obligation to advocate on the behalf of our community members. And so I think it's really crummy that we have these bills that have been put in that have taken away local control on a super serious issue, because I believe that when you look at the planning that goes into the city of Vacaville, we've done an excellent job at mitigating factors that impact the fire maps or the hazards that this fire map has identified. And so one of the things that I wanted to mention before I go on to a couple other things, well, I'll start with the questions. How often does our LRA need to be updated? You said the last one was in 2011. When will the next one be as far as the LRA goes?
That is the state fire marshal is one that comes out with that. So the last one was 2011. This is the new update. Yeah, and as you said, they're expected to 10 plus years as far as the.
So it could be another
concerned.
decade, or it could be sooner. We don't have any control over that either.
No.
Okay. The insurance commissioner's comments about this not being used, is there any state law that you're aware of or that maybe staff is aware of? And certainly I know that Ms. Stewart is not able to sit in here due to a conflict. Wish we had somebody else from her office to help. Oh, thank you. There you are. Yeah, sorry about that. Is there anything that you're aware of as far as that solidifies that into law, that these insurance companies are not able to take this into account when they're deciding whether or not to drop policies or force, extort our citizens to pay this Cal Fair fee before they can qualify for their homeowners?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Stockton. It's an excellent question. It's one of the things that our office has definitely been looking at. The state insurance commissioner has actually promulgated regulations and has codified that into state law It is directed at insurance companies to factor in mitigations into the insurance rates, and I'm happy to share that with council. It is codified at Government Code Section 11349.3. It is also under Title 10, California Code of Regulations, Section 26449. This was adopted in 2022, in case anybody wants to look it up, and happy to share that information as well.
Well, then I guess I'm curious as to what factors are being considered. I mean, I have a constituent that reached out. Their home is worth $750,000. They were just recently moved into a new area, and they're already paying $3,500 upfront all at once, not factored over 12 months, just to be able to qualify for their homeowner's insurance. And throughout the city, I mean, $750,000 for a home, but we have homes above and beyond that as well as areas in low income. So I guess my question is, how do we identify what factors are being used to make these changes, and are our cities aware of what mitigation factors are being put in, so we can basically steer our mitigation to areas where this is having a huge financial impact on some of these areas. Does it make sense? Sorry.
Absolutely, council member. The regulation is directed actually at the individual homes and the things that they can do to protect the homes, and thereby proposing to either keep the insurance rates from increasing, hopefully decreasing, or getting coverage dropped. How that translates to in reality, I am not certain. Again, these are just regulations. I have not been able to find any kind of stories or news reportings as to how this is affecting. But as Councilmember you noted, I mean, we're definitely hearing from our residents and across the state. Generally in the news, we know that there are difficulties with keeping insurance. So in 2022, the insurance commissioner put out a press release saying, again, as the chief noted, the CAL FIRE maps are designed to talk about hazards, not risk. And then these regulations from the insurance commissioner is to address that portion for the homeowners.
Okay, and the reason why I bring it up, because this sounds like folks are going to have to deal with this for 10 years, right? And one of the areas that's on the map is Shannon Drive that backs up to Centennial Park, which gets dissed and has, road access and all of that. I mean, these aren't individuals that, are living on the side of, on Vine Street or on a backing up to like some of these open areas. And so I guess, I definitely want to hear from the public, but I really believe that it falls upon the council to advocate on behalf of our constituents, because if this is going to be a 10-year thing that they're going to have to deal with, I don't think we can wait that long. And so, I would like, when it gets to that point, council to consider working up a letter that we can send to the insurance commissioner for California, as well as Cal Cities, who is a lobbyist organization that works for cities and protecting local control for issues very specific, specifically like this. So that's all I have for now until I hear the public, but thank you.
Can I just clarify? You'd said something about, stuck with it for 10 years. So the model and the hazard category that these things are rooted in doesn't take into consideration any of the mitigation on that in that area. So, for example, the property that my house sits on right now, it is rated. The fire hazard of my property is rated based on those factors that I talked about, without taking into consideration that there's actually a house there. I mean, it's as if what native vegetation would be on that property if there was no house there, and that's what they're rating that piece of property or that area on.
And I certainly hope that you're right, that they're considering the mitigation measures, but we're going to find out really soon, right? We're going to have folks on Shannon Drive, and we have folks that are, down off of Rich or over in the areas in Southtown that back up to literally SID canals and are now in this new zone. So we're going to find out really quick. And so while I I hope you're right. Like, I just want to make sure that council is unified in recognizing that if this is something that is being weaponized against our community, we have an obligation, or we should look into figuring out how we might be able to provide common sense information, right, about the mitigation factors that we're doing. Because the fact that we're not allowed to provide feedback and it's not even wanted, I mean, how do these people feel? I mean, that's such a terrible thing. Like, I'm glad that you're still sending it, but the fact that we have a process that we're, they say we have to vote on and accept within 30 days. It's like, okay, well, you have to vote for this, but you still got to vote. I mean, that's the craziest thing. So in addition to that, when we do have these factors to consider, I mean, we move dirt, right? We have a company that's coming to move a lot of dirt to Centennial. So whatever mapping system they're using that looks at the terrain like you're talking about, I mean, some of those things change. We have a GAD that we're putting into Lagoon Valley. I mean, we really have done our best to be very responsible to mitigate some of these things. And so I'm just cautious, and I would like to believe that that is what's going to happen, but we will find out very soon. And I just hope that we can be united in making sure that we stand up for our community members and also recognize the great work that everybody's doing here, from planning all the way to fire, and in between.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, thank you. So I don't really have questions for you guys. I appreciate the presentation. I just really had a couple of comments that I wanted to make. I read under the Senate Bill 63 that Stern put forth in 2021, that it was amended to add the moderate and high fire hazard severity zones with the very high in local jurisdictions. So, and under that bill title, it says fire prevention, vegetation management, public education, grants, defensible space, and fire hazard severity zones. So I read through this entire packet, and I also read through every comment that every citizen wrote in regarding residents who live over off of Ruby Drive and along the canals and into the Cheyenne neighborhood and all the neighborhoods. I read all of them. And the reason that I wanted to say something here is because our hands are tied, right? I mean, this is just the way that it is. This is the government that we're under in Sacramento that are throwing some of these laws at us that don't necessarily make sense. But there was one comment that was in here that I wanted to address. I won't say who, but I'm sure you're aware, maybe it doesn't matter that much, that our insurance rates are likely to skyrocket. So whoever did write this, I just want to assure you guys that everybody that's sitting on this city council and pretty much all of our people that work for the city and the fire that are in this room, that is not, that is important to us because we're all paying the same. We're all looking at the same increases in our insurance. We're all being attacked by this same model. And I understand also, there's so many people that are talking about why are we in this high severity zone now? We have a housing development between us and, and a canal and these different things. And none of that is taken into effect, as you said, Chief. They don't even recognize that there's a house. But I just wanted the public to know that all of us have been talking about this, and all of us have been trying to figure out a way how we can impact this, but our hands are tied. So with that being said, I also want to say that I also worked a lot in the Santa Rosa fires and probably hauled several thousand houses of fire debris away from that terrible fire that took 12,000 homes. And I actually saw fires that jumped over 101 freeway, jumped 500 to 1,000 feet over asphalt in a parking lot and burnt down a mall, which is just shocking to think that something like that could even happen. So I understand probably in some aspects of what the state is pushing for, because when we have these high winds that come through and they create their own windstorms of 100 miles an hour, we're all at risk. It can burn into our neighborhood just like it did in my sister's neighborhood down in Southern California. So I'm frustrated though that there's, but I guess the important thing, knowing that insurance companies are going to have all this information and probably You know, I guess that's where it comes in, and maybe you could speak onto this, Chief. So that's the hazard that they're talking about. But the risk is something that we can work on through, clearing our properties, fireproofing our properties, that sort of thing. So that's the only thing really that we have to fight back with is those tools. Does that sound about right?
Yes, yeah. So just increase our prevention efforts as even more than what we've already done. Yeah.
What about as a city? Can we put a bunch of goats up on the hill?
She wants, Jill will take goats in a second if we can get them.
They work.
Yes, yes, they do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you so much. So thank you for the comments from Councilman Stockton and Fremont. I will try to just make sure that I don't get long-winded. It's very frustrating for me. Like, I read the comments. I don't live in that zone, obviously, but I deal with this every day. And I've been dealing with this every single day and talking with clients and talking to people. It's really sucks. Ricardo Lara, I've known the name for a long time, first name basis. There's a lot of things that can happen, and this isn't this is what's overnight. California has lost 16 of the world's largest insurers. They left. So people understand the people that stayed, it's like capitalism. How much do they really have to do? Now they have you in a pinch. People need to realize what's happening in California. Prior to the last massive fire, they left because they couldn't function freely and make incremental adjustments they have actuary tables. And I think it's an absolute lie that they do not have the ability to look at this Cal fire. Now, they can't use it in their footnotes as saying their actuary tables and simulators are based on Cal fire's findings, but they can gleam onto it with their simulators of windstorms, firestorms, vegetation. But losing 15 companies, they have lost an incentive to lower premiums. Either take it or leave it, or California Fair Plan, and they're almost maxed out. So it's really frustrating. Like, they're doing things, they're flying drones over houses. So if you try to skirt the system and not pull permits and do an addition, they'll look at your house, how it was 5 years ago, last year, and they'll see a difference, and they're dropping people. It's really bad what they're doing. They're using data and manipulating it, and we're the cost. It's really troubling. We need Ricardo Lara. He's an elected official, so just remember that. I mean, he can go, and we need somebody to make sure that they can bring more capitalism, bring more companies back, because we need choice. Because if we leave just 3 or 2 major providers in California, there's no incentive for them to change their actuary tables, to change their simulators. We need competition, or else we're going to be stuck like this for the next decade. Because if they can push the change, an insurance commissioner could lean on Cal Fire and say, I need you to change your findings based on the findings from 14 other companies that came forward and said, yours are in there. Like, there's no reason. So I think we need to realize how we can focus. And the root of the problem is we've lost competition. We need to make sure that Ricardo Lara knows he wants to keep his job. He needs to get them back to help us out in California. And that's my 2 cents.
And before I open up to the public, I do have one other question. Is in your research to prepare up to now, have you gleaned any information through research, reading, your meetings on how they went about their process, right? So they say the state fire marshal came up with these maps. Well, what happens in 5 years from now when, okay, let's just say the model that was used to create this becomes illogical, hypothetically, and say, well, what were we thinking? Well, we factored it this way. Well, just like California does, it does sweeping changes through policy, and that policy is to enact 7A. I get it. But the process has not been a public process. To what knowledge do you have as far as what their process was, other than they have a team that came up with this? Do you know, can you share or shed any light on what their actual process is? And does it get challenged, right? We can't challenge it, but did anybody challenge it internally?
That part I don't know, but for what's out there in the public and what I've been able to find as far as their process, as far as coming up with these maps, is they put all of the the data taken all of those different factors that I talked about into consideration into a formula. I don't know what that formula is, but having gone through different fire weather classes and different things like that, the three primary factors are, like I said, fuel, weather, and topography is what's and what I've found is like I had said earlier in our presentation, is the science has changed a little bit. We used to worry a lot more about fire spread based on flame length, and now they take the ember cast much more into consideration than they used to. And then the other data that has changed is, instead of using that generalized data, weather data, they're using the specific 2-kilometer grids. According to, I don't know how they came up with those specific 2-kilometer grids. You don't have a weather station in 2-kilometer grids, right? But I don't know how they came up with that data.
Well, I couldn't find very much information, so that's why I figured I'd ask. So thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open up to the public for any comment.
I'm Wendy Brecken, and Vacaville resident for many years, more than 3 decades. I appreciate what the fire marshal or fire chief said, and everyone. It's a good presentation. I do question, though, the law says that you cannot reduce the fire map. Whatever map they come up with, what other process they come up with, whether it's rational or irrational, whether it's arbitrary or not, no. This is, the state fire marshals, they're not the king. We live in a democracy, and any first-year law student knows that if you have no rational basis for the law or the map, then you don't have to adopt it. You can say, I'm going to reduce the area because this makes no sense, and we don't even know what your process was for coming up with this. And there are a few comments that residents made in the public comments where it does say this is arbitrary and capricious. So I think that needs to be looked at before any maps are adopted. I mean, maybe you will want to reduce certain areas. Now, whether, whatever the legal strategy is, whether you sue the state first and preempt that legal challenge, or whether you just say, no, we're adopting this map and it is less, and here's why, and we have a rational basis for doing so, then it's up to the state to sue the city. I mean, there's nothing that black and white in the law that says that oh, you must do this if there's no rational basis. So that I thought was obvious. I didn't come up here to talk about that. I came up here to talk about the city's role in reducing risk. The city does an excellent job with grazing, like from the Browns Valley Hills, and mowing in Centennial. But there is more fuel out there. Me and my husband go for dog walks every day, and so we see the dead trees and other debris that could be removed that is just kind of fuel. And I can show whatever contractor, if you want to go do further fuel reduction, where that is. There's trees in Centennial Park, for example, with leaves on the ground. Like these trees have not been pruned ever. So obviously you'd want to prune them up so they don't just catch fire.
Yeah, thank you.
Also, the city's role, I'm late, okay. The city has a role in education and workshops. to help educate the public, and there could be a city official that you can call to ask for help to
Yeah, thank you.
mitigate.
Thank you for that.
Hi, Alicia Minion, good evening. Thank you for the presentation. So I have a few questions. So is there any way that we can take advantage of these high fire severity ratings? For example, is there opportunities to obtain grant funding? So with Wendy's idea of, you know, of maybe encouraging our neighbors to creating a defensible space, you know, getting rid of flammable vegetation around their home, trimming trees. Trimming trees are very expensive, which is why people don't do it, okay? So maybe if there's a grant opportunity, we can provide that funding to people who can't afford to trim their trees. And so I think I would look into that. Number two, I'm concerned about developers maybe not building, constructing, using materials that could mitigate fire hazard, fire risk. So, for example, we have development agreements, and we have many of them. I haven't read all of them. Do those development agreements allow the developers to build under old, you know, construction code standards, old fire code standards? And I'll give you an example. So like the Southtown apartments, which never were built, however, they were given a permit early before the project was even approved. And that permit was going to allow the developer to build the apartment under old construction code standards. Because in I think it was 2024, 2023, new construction standards had come in place and it was going to be more expensive for them. So my question is, given the new ratings, how is the city going to ensure that developers construct consistent with the standards to mitigate the risks that the state fire marshal is saying we have? I mean, we can argue about whether the data supports the rating. That's like a whole separate project and would take a lot of time. But what I'm saying is, so we have this rating, you're not allowed to reduce it. So if we assume that this is a real threat, are you going to allow developers not to follow the current fire code just because they got a permit early or they have a development agreement? So another thing is, in your municipal code, you have construction standards, and there's under certain conditions, the fire chief has the discretion to say address an inconsistency in the fire code, whether an inconsistency with maybe construction code standards, maybe what our rules are, and the fire chief has this discretion to kind of make that determination. And the fire chief also has discretion on what type of materials to use to construct, whether it be a fence, for instance, for say a home next to a hillside. So I think we need to question whether our fire chief should bear that responsibility, and which could turn into, you know, some kind of liability for the city or for the chief. So I think you should
I'm going to cut you
revisit
off
that.
there, but I appreciate you getting that comment out, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Don.
Don Ryan. I live on Ruby Drive, and I spent 10 years as the Emergency Services Manager for the Solano County Sheriff's Office, so I have a little bit of experience. Chief, Fire Marshal, I feel your pain, and I can't believe I'm here because I live at the intersection of the South Puda Canal and the Dali Canal at the southern portion of Solano County. Behind my house, I share a fence line with the Dali Canal. It's 90 feet wide, vegetation-free, dirt, concrete, and water. To the west of my home, on the other fence line, is the South Puda Canal, which is 170 feet of vegetation-free dirt, concrete, and water. It's the most defensible neighborhood, I think, or corner of a neighborhood in Vacaville. The map that they provided us shows the Puda Creek, the South Puda Creek, that travels miles through the city of Vacaville as a street. They don't even show it as a non-flammable great fire defense and fire block for the city of Vacaville. And behind my house, all my neighbors, and I'm not here just for me, my phone blew up when this all happened. The entire length of the Daly Canal, it's never empty during fire season. Maybe it's lowered in the wintertime for some maintenance for a week or two, and that's about it. All of those houses are in the high fire threat area, and as soon as the canal goes underground, they're in moderate or no fire hazard at all. I haven't seen a fire. I've lived there for 15 years. A fire hasn't come into my neighborhood. We haven't lost a structure. During my 10 years with Solano County, I saw Lagoon Valley burn 4 times. That's moderate or no hazard at all. Yet you're building homes there with wood siding, asphalt shingles, and in my neighborhood, all the homes are stucco and have concrete tile roofs. It's a very safe neighborhood. And it drives me crazy when I saw a science-based map. We saw that in COVID. We knew that if you took a vaccine, they weren't telling us the truth. You can't get COVID after you get a vaccine, or you can't spread it. And I'm not saying I'm an anti-vaxxer or anything like that, but I'm saying for years, decades, we take flu shots, and we got the flu and we spread the flu. We didn't use common sense. And I think instead of science-based, we should use local knowledge like we have right here and or experience to tell us where our risks are. And I'm going to finish up. I had a lot more to say. I have a lot of experience in this area. I met with Commissioner Lara years ago after one of our fires, and everything he told me face-to-face in my office was false. It was a lie. Months later, after my complaints, he sent a senior executive from the commission to my office to tell me the truth. And when you say hazard and risk, they're the same thing. If an insurance adjuster comes to your house and says, oh, you have wooden shakes on your roof, we can't give you that policy because we can't assume the risk. It's the exact same thing. And now they have a map that says there's a hazard. And without any reason whatsoever, they're going to say, I'm not going to assume that risk to insure your home. You're on your own. My next door neighbor, for no reason whatsoever, lost his policy with State Farm Insurance last year. He was paying about $2,000 a year in insurance. Farmers took him on for $4,000 this year. Today, this is kind of an appropriate meeting here today. Commissioner Lara facilitated a short notice meeting with State Farm and the Insurance Commission. They raised homeowners insurance, or they allowed them to raise it 22% for individual homeowners. If you're a landlord, you can raise it 38% on a landlord. And if you're a renter, you can raise it 15%. You want to talk about fair housing? That's about a 50% increase in a renter's insurance, because landlords are not going to suck up that money. They're going to pass it on to their renters. So I leave you with that warning. Hazard is risk. There's no difference between the two when it comes to insurance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I'll certainly make sure that your comments are right behind a letter from the city to the commissioner.
And I'm very happy to help if anybody has questions regarding the history.
I appreciate all your service with OES in the years that I was there as well.
Thanks, John. Good to see you.
Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public comment. I do have a legal question. When does this have to be adopted to comply with state law is one question. Number two is, what happens if this council pushes back? What's the legal consequences?
Thank you for the questions, Mayor. To your first question, the state law says that we have to adopt it within 120 days of the fire marshal promulgating the recommendations. As Fire Marshal Joel Childers noted, we had received the comments in February 25th of this year, and so we would have 120 days from that period. As to your second question, that is something that our office is looking into to see if there are viable options. I don't have any firm answers for the council at this time. It's certainly something that we can explore further with council if the council would like, quite possibly in a closed session, if the council were to consider initiating litigation. But as Councilmember Stockton and other members of this council have pointed out, the one current avenue that is available, of course, is reaching out to our state legislators, let them know our concerns, and the state fire marshal, which we'll do as well.
And the reason why I bring it up this way is the state seems to grant us the power to increase what they have found. which means that if we can identify with real examples why, you would think that there would be the ability to mitigate something if we really felt that they were wrong because we know things local. It's really hard for them to say, you must do this, you can do more, but you can't do less. More suggests that we see something that they don't see. You could use the same argument that we see something such as this kind of behavior that's there. I realize there's fire hazard. But when you don't take into consideration any mitigation for what this does, and I know we don't have the answer to this tonight, and this is just more of a study session, but I would certainly appreciate exploring, what is the ramifications for any angle to push back, because I don't like the fact that there is no communication and has been done pretty much internal to them without any really oversight. And once again, the legislature means well. Fires are terrible, I get it. But when you can't demonstrate mitigation as part of what a hazard is, and there's, like those, where the water is, there's nothing there. And so simply to look at something, if nothing was there and here's the hazard, and to think that the insurance companies won't look at it, now they may have their other models as well. And Councilmember Ritchie, to your point, the fact that they're going to fly over with drones and they're going to look at risk, and this monopoly is a big deal. And so there's big problems here. And if it's not one thing, it's another as far as people not being able to afford it. So I do appreciate the presentation and the update. It is frustrating. Councilmember Wiley, and then I'll turn it over to.
I just really appreciate the information also. And I know that there have been other people looking at this for the last several years about why aren't our mitigation efforts being factored into the insurance rates. So that's not a new thing. But these maps really did change drastically in District 6, particularly as Mr. Ryan pointed out, with all the space that's around the canals and everything else. And I just wanted to say that there was another man that was here earlier, and he asked me about this because he had contacted me and he was going to speak, and I said at this time, but he left. So there are other comments, and I've received a lot from the people along Ruby Drive and other areas. So it is really impacting our residents. So I just wanted to say that.
Did you, Michelle, did you have a? Yeah, why don't you take, I'll go ahead and open back up so you can make a comment.
I've been listening to, on my phone. The only thing I wanted to say is we're in the reserve, and the area behind us, and I know it's mitigated because that's all the cows back there. There's nothing there, it's another disc field. So it is going to affect our value of our homes and our insurance costs. I think the problem with the CAL FIRE thing is they are not making the grids small enough, because right next door, there's a lot more fuel. There's no cows to keep it down, but I mean, that grass is like that tall. And I talked to Jill and the city fire people, a couple of them, and they say, you're right, that you should not be in a high fire. So I think what it comes down to is, I mean, it would be nice, and I know you don't have control, they need smaller grids, but I'll say this for everybody else that's listening. I guess our only other recourse, I can't imagine if we take litigation, which I'm representing our little area there's not a lot of homes in the reserve, is to sue them. I can't imagine a jury saying that's all right for them to do a high fire when we take pictures and the grass is that tall in the pasture, because there's all cows right behind us. And then the other field is being disked right now. And that's about all I wanted to say is maybe everybody, maybe we do need to do litigation against the state and CAL FIRE. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. All right, close this back up, bring it back. Councilmember Stockton.
Yeah, I would like to attempt to work with Cal Cities to try to motivate the city to support, some transparency in the process so that we're more aware of what factors are being considered, as well as implementing a process to challenge findings like It makes no sense that you can't challenge a finding if they think a water canal is a road. Right? I think that's pretty reasonable. So, so I would prefer to exhaust that option or at least pursue that before we have any conversation about litigation. But my motion would be for council approval to work on a letter discussing the factors that were discussed today and the concerns of the community and that were presented by staff to send to Cal Cities to request some of these changes.
Well, I know I support that.
Also.
I mean, I think it's important. Every city is dealing with this. It would certainly be nice to have a voice at a higher level for transparency as we consider what those options are. I mean, look, I recognize that the state legislature does this all the time. They identify a problem. There's a team behind the scenes to come up with a solution. In this particular case, it certainly wasn't an open process. It was, here you go, and adopt it or else, and here's the code standards that go with it, without any input. So it's just another example. So, Mr. City Manager, do you have all the information you need?
I believe so.
Well, thank you, and appreciate the public's input on this. And we're not done with it, but we're going to stand in recess for 10 minutes. We're going to take a break and then let the rest of the council come back.
Oh.
All right, we're going to go ahead and reconvene this meeting.
Oh, please don't.
All right, we're reconvening this meeting. It's 8:31, and we will move on to item C.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you tonight is a resolution to approve an application and participation in a Home Key Plus project for a project located on Orange Drive. Tamara Colden is here with the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Chapman, council members. Tonight, I'm bringing back the item regarding possible or proposed Home Key Plus project for a homeless housing development at 1050 Orange Drive, known as Quality Inn. With me tonight, I have Puneet Bhargava with California Supportive Housing, who's the developer, proposed developer for the project. Home Key developments require a partnership between local government, developers, nonprofit service providers, and provides matching capital funds and operating support for supportive services at Home Key projects. What's being proposed is that Home Key funding or Home Key Plus funding be used to obtain and convert the Quality Inn hotel to studio units for those who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. A little background into this project. In spring of 2024, last year, the city was initially proposed or approached by MPI Homes about the possibility of converting the Quality Inn site into 85 units of permanent supportive housing. After a period of due diligence with that developer, in September of 2024, staff brought forward to council the proposed project, and staff was directed to move forward working with MPI on a project, as well as $2 million of ARPA funding was set aside for the project. In October of 2024, negotiations between MPI and the owner of the Quality Inn terminated, and California Supportive Housing, or CSH, was identified as a new potential developer. Between October and January, staff completed a due diligence process with CSH, as well as the HCD, or the Housing and Community Development Department with the state, released the NOFA for the Home Key Plus funds. So in January, we brought back the proposal based on what was previously approved in September, as well as included some items in that initial proposal based on what was released in the NOFA. If you remember, that version of the project was 85 proposed units. Some of them were proposed to be specific for veterans. Some were proposed to be specific for transitional aged youth, and the remaining were proposed to be available to anyone experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. At that time, our council directed staff to make some adjustments to the proposed project, as well as seek some feedback from community members, those experienced working with the homeless population here in Vacaville. And so the developer and I had several meetings with homeless service providers, including but not limited to Opportunity House, Vacaville PD Community Response Unit or crew, Solano County Behavioral Health, and others that serve the homeless population. Staff also reviewed Vacaville's homeless PIC count numbers to review the need for those veteran and youth-specific units, as well as scheduled site visits for staff, some council members, and crew members to a family home key project in San Francisco, as well as a home key conversion project, motel conversion project in Napa. A site visit in Napa also included a visit to the Quality Insight where this project is being proposed. And from that outreach, those visits and feedback over the various meetings that were held with staff, crew, community service providers, and council members, some changes were made to the proposed project. And some changes that are being proposed tonight are up for consideration for council. A couple of changes made to the proposed project are removing the veterans units and removing the transitional aged youth units and making the project available to anyone who may be experiencing homelessness or is at risk of homelessness. Some additional items being covered tonight are the potentially including family size units, and as well as a potential limited preference for the project, and I'll get into that a little bit more. Also, what's being proposed for consideration for council tonight are different variations of what this project could look like and how the council would like to move forward with that. So option one would be 85 units of permanent supportive housing, so a fully home key supported project. That would be 85 units for individuals experiencing or at risk of homelessness with an on-site property manager. The units would be for extremely low-income households or those earning 30% or less of area median income, and would include a staffing model of about 8.5 employees, including on-site manager, support staff, case management, et cetera. Acquisition and rehab funding would be a combination of state home key funding, city ARPA capital match, other philanthropic resources for a total of approximately a little more than $25.5 million. Operating subsidy would come from a combination of state home key funds as well as the project-based vouchers being allocated towards the project. A secondary option for council to consider for this project is a phased project or mixed project. While we refer to this in phases, phase one and phase two, they would move together concurrently at the same time. So phase one would be 25 to 30 units, permanent supportive housing units funded with home key fund for individuals experiencing or at risk of homelessness, along with an on-site manager's unit. These again would be identified for extremely low-income households. The amount of staffing would be reduced because the permanent supportive units would be reduced. Therefore, case management staff required for those units is reduced. So we'd have 5 full-time employees, including an on-site manager, a support service staff, on-site service coordinators, maintenance, et cetera. And that portion of the project would be funded with home key state funds, again, the capital ARPA match, other philanthropic sources, for a total just under $20 million for those first 25 to 30 units. Again, the operating subsidy would be a combination of state home key funds as well as project-based vouchers allocated towards the project. With this model, some feedback that was received during our outreach is the desire to have more of a local service provider that is familiar with those that are experiencing homelessness here in Vacaville. And through conversations with Opportunity House or Vacaville Solano Services Corporation. The service provider in this model would be VSSC. So it would be Opportunity House that would provide the services for these 25 to 30 units. Phase 2 would be a remaining 55 to 60 units that would just be affordable housing units, not permanent supportive units or not specifically identified for those who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, but just another 50 to 60 affordable units that would be funded with a low-income housing tax credit funding of approximately $14 million, and the operating subsidy would come solely from the project-based vouchers allocated towards the project. Then a final option that council could consider is not having any permanent supportive housing units at the project and creating simply an affordable housing project that would be fully funded through low-income housing tax credits, approximately $40 million total. And again, we would still have the operating subsidy from the Vacaville Housing Authority for that type of project. So 3 options to consider would be a full home key project, which would mean all units are permanent supportive housing units. A combination, so similar to what is currently operating at Pony Express, even though that's a senior, there's 15 permanent supportive housing units mixed in with the remaining affordable units, or another project is Rocky Hill Veterans Project that has 11 VASH units for veteran affairs supported housing units for those that are experiencing homelessness. It also has 13 units of just normal project-based vouchers, and then the remaining 14 units at Rocky Hill Vet are just simply affordable housing units with no subsidy. Or a third option, which would be fully just affordable housing, no home key subsidy, no home key supportive housing units. Another decision point for council to make, depending on how council moves forward with the project, is related to the project-based vouchers allocated towards the project. The current Vacaville Housing Authority local preference policy includes 5 distinct preferences. The first 2, terminated due to lack of funding and displaced by local government action, are required by HUD. Terminated due to local lack of funding means that a household that was previously receiving assistance through the Vacaville Housing Authority was terminated from assistance because the housing authority no longer had funding. So it would only apply to someone who was previously assisted through the Vacaville Housing Authority. And again, the only reason they were terminated was due to lack of funding. In the 17 years I've been here, we have not had to take that action for any of our participants. So someone who would qualify for that preference would be limited only to those terminated by the Vacaville Housing Authority. Displaced by local government action means that the city of Vacaville took some action to displace someone from their residence, therefore they would qualify for that preference. So that might look like maybe if someone were residing at the Alamo Inn still, and the city has gone in, condemned it, and everyone has to relocate, that would be displaced by local government action. So it's not that someone was not paying their rent and got evicted, or not that someone was simply being asked to move, but they were actually displaced by an action taken by the city of Vacaville. The remaining 3 preferences, local resident, working, and veteran, are those that are already established in the housing authority's administrative policies. Local resident refers to someone who is currently living or working within the city of Vacaville. Working, which also includes elderly or disabled, means that someone is currently working what is considered full-time, or that person is elderly, 62 years or older, therefore they cannot work, or that person is considered disabled by HUD definition. So any of those circumstances will equate to that working preference, and those points would be applied to that application. And then finally, there is a veteran preference for any active duty or veteran who served at least 181 days in the military. These are preference points applied to the application. They are not requirements in order to apply. So it just means that anyone who applies for the wait list, they would get extra points on their application and be placed ahead of someone who has less points. But it doesn't mean they have to have one of these items in order to apply. When I refer to a limited preference for this particular project, council, as the Housing Authority Board, could move forward with establishing a limited preference for the permanent supportive housing units that are designed for those who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, which would allow the Housing Authority to only accept referrals from an agency that is approved or named in that during that policy. So what that could look like is if there is a mixed project that has some affordable units and some of the permanent supportive housing units, the referrals for those permanent supportive housing units would come from an agency that is approved and an MOU is signed with that agency and the Housing Authority. This is similar to what we did when when the Housing Authority received the emergency housing vouchers from HUD. We received 31 emergency vouchers for those experiencing homelessness. And the Housing Authority executed an MOU with Opportunity House and with FRC so that referrals for those vouchers would come from those agencies who are familiar with those who are experiencing homelessness in our community, are experienced with assisting those who are experiencing homelessness with getting document ready, and then make that referral over to the Housing Authority. So that could be applied to this project as well, so that if there are permanent supportive housing units, no matter how many are at the project, those referrals would come from an agency who's working with those that are experiencing homelessness. So with that, the action for consideration and discussion for council tonight would be to direct staff on which option to move forward with, if any, and if option 1 or option 2 is chosen. So option 1 again would be a full home key permanent supportive housing project, and option 2 would be a mix of permanent supportive housing units and affordable units. Then approve the resolution authorizing a joint application for participation in the home key program for that development. So the recommendation would be, if option 1 or 2 is chosen, to approve the resolution, as well as direct staff on whether or not the project should include family size units. As of right now, they're all studio size units in which a household of 1 or 2 persons would be eligible to reside in those. So if it's some of the feedback that we heard during that January meeting and subsequently is that there might be a desire to have larger units for larger families. So that is some direction we would need tonight, and as well as whether or not the Vacaville Housing Authority should move forward with establishing a local preference, or I'm sorry, a limited preference for this project. And then in that case, the Housing Authority would draft that policy, add it to the administrative plan, bring it back here in front of the council as the Housing Authority Board for approval, so that that limited preference is established for this project. With that, I'm happy to take any questions or comments regarding the project.
Yeah, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you for the update. Can you go back to option 1? Option 1 and 2. Start with the beginning. So option 1 would entail, would you go over that one more time?
Sure. Option 1 would be all 85 units of permanent supportive housing that are supported through the Home Key Plus application. So all 85 units would be for those that are either homeless or at risk of homelessness, and they would all be permanent supportive housing units.
Okay. And now option 2?
So option 2 would consist of 25 to 30 permanent supportive housing units funded with Home Key Plus, and then the remaining 55 to 60 units would just be normal affordable housing units. They would not have any permanent services supporting them, and they would not be designated for those that are homeless or experiencing homelessness.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any Councilmember Stockton.
Yes. On, I think it's slide 10. Can you go to slide 10? Can you go over a scenario where somebody may fall under terminated due to lack of funding or displaced by local government action that wasn't a local resident?
No, because they would have to be, if they were terminated due to lack of funding, it's because they were living in Vacaville and they were assisted under the Vacaville Housing Authorities program. And then displaced by local government means our jurisdiction. So it would be displaced by Vacaville's action from somewhere they were living in Vacaville. So if something happened in Fairfield and someone was displaced in Fairfield, they wouldn't qualify for displaced by local government action in our jurisdiction because Fairfield is not our jurisdiction.
And then I saw that you, when you're going through the options, it discusses that the 55 years of city rent restriction is the commitment for this project, 55 years.
So the affordability period for the project would be 55 years. That's a requirement. And this is permanent housing, whether or not it's a home key project. It is designed to be affordable permanent housing, whether it would be a home key, partial not home key, or not home key at all. So it would be permanent, and the requirement for affordability would be 55 years.
So, and I don't know if this question would be for you or you and the police chief or a combination of the two, but if we move forward with this, right, because the public just wants to know, and this ends up being a total disaster, what recourse would the council have or the city have in being able to either shut the project down or make modifications to the program?
If the project moves forward and is rehabbed into permanent supportive housing units, is your question regarding if the project moves forward with permanent supportive housing units in those particular units?
Yes, so specifically to the home key application, right? Because it's a grant. So my question is just, what is the commitment of that grant? I recognize that, you can rent restrict something, but is there a process that we have to, or is there a timeline we have to follow if we accept that money? Or are there safeguards in place if this ends up being something that is creating problems?
So in terms of the safeguards which HCD enforces is that they have accountability, and we have to follow through the requirements on commitment on in terms of wrapped around services, what we are providing to the individuals. But like any other affordable housing, this does come with a 55-year commitment. And in terms of recourse, I think recourse would be kind of the last resort, because the way we took the feedback and we went back is to reduce the number of units from 85 to 25 to 30 in option 2. Second, we started engaging Opportunity Housing, and they will be the service provider. They have intimate knowledge of the homeless individuals in Vacaville. They know, they have actually put in place programs which are really working well, and we are trying to extend those programs. We also learned from Pony Express and others, and this is in line to those which have about 25% of PSH units. So that's how we have tried to keep it similar to the projects which are existing in Vacaville.
Okay, so the answer is 55 years.
Because I'm understanding your question to be, could we make them no longer permanent supportive housing units after 5 years?
Within the 50, yes, correct.
That is a great question. I can look into that. I don't believe the answer is yes, we can change our mind and say no more permanent supportive housing, but I can get the answer to that.
Okay, so here's my next question. If we were recognizing that there's a tremendous amount of flexibility in this site with the number of units and different capacities, whether it's for family, permanent supportive, affordable, do you have to have the magic number on day one, or can we start with 10, and if it's working, bump it up to 20 after the grant is filed? Are we able to grow with it? Because the reality is right now we might need 10 or 20, but in 10 years, or within that 55-year period, we may need more. So is there flexibility built in if we start small and increase with permanent supportive after that?
Yeah, so the amount of units that we apply for and are awarded for, once we receive, if we are awarded for that amount of units from HCD, that would be the number that we would have to start with. So let's say that number is 10. Then if the city determines, hey, we might need 15 more units, we wouldn't be able to go back under this award to HCD to get additional funding for operations and supportive services for those additional units. So it could mean the city would have to find an alternative funding source to support the cost of the supportive services for those additional units.
Okay, so with a new funding, new home key grant, you could potentially go back if those funds are available, is what you're saying.
Or any other, if something else comes available that specifically will fund supportive services or operation costs for those units.
So my question is, how often are these funds available, and are we able to come up with some sort of way to grow and recognize, or council could prioritize the use of some of those funds to grow with this project in a way where our capacity is based upon our need, and knowing that our need may grow as our population grows?
Yeah. So I think one thing to consider, and maybe just taking a step back, and irrespective of Home Key Plus, which being a grant is slightly different than if we go with other sources like LIHTC or others, where we're getting federal funding for any other normal affordable housing. Usually the AMIs, the 30%, 40%, 50%, any of the AMI you put in place is set at the onset of the project. And similar to that's what's done for any other project. And so clearly there are options in terms of if we start with a smaller number, and that's why we were working closely with CREW, we are working with Opportunity Housing. Ashley pointed out that there are today itself 20 individuals or small families which can utilize this program. They were 30 last year. The point I'm trying to make is that some of these times, like for example, Home Key, even though they have had, this is the 4th round, but the frequency and the duration is diminishing. Like it is, after 2 years they came back with, whether they will have more funds or not, they went with Proposition 1, which was approved, and that's why they could fund it. So whenever a project is going, we try to see what's the right number right now. And then in future, to your point, if things change, we will have to look for available resources or available funding at that time.
Right, I think you're kind of making my point for me, which is like, it fluctuates, right? And so I don't want to overbuild it. I want to build it with the understanding of let's see what will work, and then grow with it. But I don't know what pencils as far as how much Home Key funds you need to be able to make the project work. I recognize that there is a portion of our community that needs this type of housing. I am very, the other thing I want to mention is this gentleman and I have had many conversations over the phone outside of the presence of council. I'm assuming you've reached out to multiple council members, but I do want to make sure that the public is aware that I have met with you and the gentleman that's involved with the hotel as well. So just full disclosure. But I just want to make sure that that we are not going too far, because this is a big step for Vacaville. There's not a lot of housing like this here in Vacaville. I recognize that there is a need, but I also don't want to create vacancies that aren't being utilized at this point and then having to go outside of that sphere. I think step one needs to be, how can we help the folks that are here in Vacaville recognize there's going to be potentially a growing need here in Vacaville before we start filling up some of these spaces when it fluctuates, as you mentioned, with outside individuals. Because the Home Key money, you can't prevent people that live in other communities from having access to these units, correct?
That's correct.
So that's why I'm curious if we can kind of limit those beds that have the potential to be used by outside, right, to meet our need, with the understanding that we may need to add local funds in the future that could be used for the permanent supportive housing options that can only be used by people from our community. That's what I'm getting at, is we want to take care of our, the folks that live here without inviting or having people drop people off. And I'm not suggesting that that's going to happen, but I have heard of that happening. And I recognize that if we move forward with this in some capacity that includes permanent supportive housing, that we can't prevent that, and you need to fill the beds, right? Because the goal is to have the beds filled in some capacity. So those are my questions for now. I may have more later, but thank you for telling me that there's the potential to add more local funds.
City Manager, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Just, there was a earlier comment made about if the project goes bad and what kind of guarantees do we have? So anytime we partner with an affordable housing project to ensure the affordability covenant of 55 years, we enter into some kind of agreement, whether it's an affordable housing development agreement, a disposition and development agreement. And through that agreement, we basically are able to establish a variety of different parameters, including performance parameters. And so if we start noticing that a particular project has an increasing volume of calls for service or something like that, we can go directly to the property management company or the partner group and say, something needs to change here. We need to do something different. We need to better screening or whatever to ensure that they're complying with their performance expectations. So that's pretty standard practice. So I would say that if the council gives us direction with any of these options, that type of agreement would be something that would be implemented to protect the city and to ensure that we both have an understanding of what the expectation is going forward.
The only last question I have is, what is the exact number within reason of permanent supportive housing units we need in Vacaville today?
So the 25 to 30 number is a combination of feedback that we heard from crew, which was anywhere between 5 to 10 persons or individuals who they are aware of, and then what Opportunity House gave us, which was 20 that she could pull off a list right now who need assistance. So between those two groups, that's where we are proposing the 25 to 30 units.
They're separate. They're not. There's no overlap with that.
We can confirm that.
Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thank you. So trying to keep it focused on questions. So I really appreciate the questions, but you mentioned recourse. So city manager, sorry, you mean Councilmember Stockton, sorry. And then city manager, thank you for talking about an agreement performance, because I think that's like one of the biggest concerns that many folks have, not just accountability to the residents that would be there, but also the accountability to those who are responsible, and we're putting trust into running a facility that is safe, and not just looks out for their own interests, but the interests of the community that we are trusting that you're going to come in and take care of the surrounding commercial, the businesses and the residents in the area. So thank you for explaining that. I think we look forward to seeing if it moves forward, what that would look like. So along those lines, I'm curious to know, talking about how we address our own local issues. I know that's a big concern throughout any municipality. So there we have a point system associated with local resident. Can that point, the allocation for that point, be increased for this particular project?
Yes, so as part of the limited preference so let me go back. The Housing Authority establishes a separate wait list for each one of the projects that have project-based vouchers allocated towards it, and has the ability to establish a separate point system for each one of those projects. So as an example, at the Rocky Hill project, the amount of points allocated for a vet was actually increased to ensure that veterans or active military go to the top of that list. So that could be considered here as well. As part of the preference system, particularly for this project, there can be an increased point value for local residents. What I will say is, however, the way the local preference policy and point structure is currently, it's designed so that even if you have a combination of something else, so as an example, if you see you might be working and you might be a veteran, so you would have 7 points. but that still doesn't exceed the 8 points that a local resident would get with no other points. So the system is kind of already designed to give the most weight to a local resident outside of terminated by due to lack of funding or displaced by local government action. Those have to remain at the top. So those have to get priority over everything else. But you could add an additional point amount to a local resident for this project.
Is that something we have to decide tonight? What that can be?
No.
Okay, so I would recommend that that be something that comes back. And I think along those lines, like, I'm sorry, just more of a comment. Like, I don't feel, I feel that, you know, I'll speak for myself. Like, what I hear and what I hear from folks is that most folks, no matter where you stand on these issues, most people can tolerate helping folks who want to help themselves. And if there's other folks, like, so extending that beyond the boundaries of Vacaville, there's folks who want to improve their lives and contribute better to society. You know, I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but I think hearing the voices of people throughout our community, you know, we want to see some type of improvement within our own jurisdiction. So the other thing, so a question about family size units, I just, you know, I'm very open to that, particularly as it pertains to the housing needs or additional placement for Opportunity House. And then kind of again, sorry, back to the questions, for option 2, what would trigger phase 2? Or is that all part of like this package?
So they would happen at the same time. So phase might have not been the appropriate word to use, but they're different tracks, and those would move forward at the same time.
Okay, so tracks. Okay. And then supportive housing. What kind of? I haven't seen any data on that. So talking about option 1, I haven't seen any data to show, you know, if we have this long-term supportive housing where there's no, there's nothing to people aren't required to move on. But just being in that particular environment, what type of data is there to show that how many people do actually, make the necessary changes that they are potentially able to move out of a long-term supportive housing to another path, or how many people don't succeed within that? I'm just kind of curious to see if you guys have any data on that.
We can find some information on that from other projects.
All right, and then the services, I'll call it social services, but looking at option 2 and 1, but it talks about staffing. So supportive services, staff supervisor, a coordinator, on-site maintenance, security help desk, and then the site manager. What does that actually look like as far as helping develop whatever necessary skills are connected to services?
Yeah, so basically what we try to do, we maintain a ratio of the case managers to the number of residents, and that's why you'll see a distinction between, for 85 units, we have a much higher number of case managers as compared to between option 1 and option 2. They are providing services starting from financial literacy, job training, basically in terms of depending on if there are people with mental health issues and others, providing them access to working with partners, providing them access to that. And we have a list of 17 items, and we have a very detailed wrapped around services. In case of this particular project, we will be continuing what Opportunity House has been doing with their navigation center and shelters, and which has been a good model, and we'll continue to provide those services and more in PSH.
Okay. And then maybe this is a question for Vacaville PD, or if anybody else can answer it, but how do we protect the surrounding area? I think one of the concerns that many cities have seen is, and we've kind of seen what to do, if we have a dedicated facility where folks come in, or there's opportunities for people to, pursue whatever they might be pursuing, sometimes there's a negative impact to the surrounding area. So what kind of measures do we have in place to protect the surrounding area?
Chief, you want to come forward?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. So the question, sir, is what type of services are we able to provide for the surrounding area? this type of
Yes.
project. So obviously we're gonna rely on crew a lot, especially during the morning, afternoon, the evening hours are going to transition to our patrol services we normally staff 6 and 1 depending on the shift. Graveyard is 5 and 1, typically between 9 at night and 7 in the morning. So it varies. We're not able to throw extra resources at this project. We're only able to absorb what is being thrown at us. So if the businesses are struggling or the residents are struggling, we'll obviously respond to it, adapt to it, and try to mitigate the risk as best as we can. But if we do see an increase in calls for service, I'm actually listening to what recourse do we have to eliminate the problem, the source where it's coming from. So I'm interested in these answers as well.
Is the surrounding area, to our knowledge, all private property? The parcels around the area?
Yeah, so the surrounding area right now there is one restaurant on one of the sides.
Right.
Another, there is an empty land, and behind that there is freeway. You have storage units right across, and there is empty land. So in that perspective, the residents and others are much further off from the property. Second, we are trying to do a fencing all around the property. We have seen in our prior experience adding fencing and ensuring the access, it's controlled access, both either if people are walking in or they're coming with car. We do check people who are coming in. Third, what we have is a combination of office desk who are keeping eyes on security camera. If there is any unusual activity, we do also do that in having night shift, because if there are any issues we need to involve crew, we do that. Along with, we also would have a security contract in addition that is being provided, so that they are doing 6 to 8 rounds during the night to provide any additional security to that. And that's the plan, and that we have seen in our prior experience works for PSH.
And yeah.
Can I just add one other thing about this project that is to the city's advantage is the project-based vouchers through the housing authority that are allocated to the project. So with anyone residing in those units, they have to be approved through the housing authority, and then they have to abide by the rules, not just of their lease at the project, but by the family obligations that they are obligated to through their voucher and their participation in the program. So that includes things like making sure that they're not manufacturing drugs in the unit, making sure that they're abiding by their lease and not disturbing their neighbors or becoming a nuisance or a problem for the property management. It includes that they have to make sure they pay their portion of rent on time. So there's also that added layer of maintaining eligibility for their assistance that just adds a layer of something that the housing authority in the city has in order to try to make sure that if there is someone who's not abiding by the rules causing a problem, then they would be removed from the program. And if they're removed or terminated from the program, they can't remain in the units because the units are project-based assisted and they would have to move from the unit.
Okay, thank you. And just last clarifying question. So anything along the freeway, because I know sometimes folks will like set up camp, you know, and that, is that something that state ran and not, there's no local jurisdiction over that?
Yeah, we'll have to work with our state partners to enforce the jurisdiction that they have. We do that now, and it is possible that we can partner with each other to enforce any problems that we're having nearby from the camping that might take place. It's just an added layer of some bureaucracy that we have to deal with because the state versus the city, you know, we can move a little bit quicker than they can based on resources.
Thank you.
And one more thing regarding security, I think that was one more thing regarding security, and that was the feedback which was given that we are having too many units, and that's why we came up with this option 2, is we want to make sure that the residents we are having in this PSH are being vetted, and they are being either referred by Opportunity House or FRC, and of course in coordination with crew, so that these people are already in Navigation Center, they already are in temporary housing in Vacaville, they are Vacaville residents. They are ready to transition to a permanent supportive housing. And what we talked earlier, today they are, per Ashley, they are about 20. And that also adds an added layer in terms of security, because these folks are the ones which have been there, I think, roughly 4 to 8 months in these navigation centers before they can move on to a permanent supportive housing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wiley?
I'll stay here just in case.
Yeah, just in case. Stay nearby.
Thank you for the information. I have a couple of other questions about the preference list. So you had said that you hadn't seen anyone terminated, and then also like the displaced, we haven't had many people displaced in Vacaville either, have we?
I cannot speak about displaced, like if for some reason a building department or the building division or code compliance red tagged an apartment complex or something like that. I can make sure that I can get the numbers on that to see how many families in the past have been impacted by an action like that. But as far as terminated due to lack of funding by the Vacaville Housing Authority, correct. We have not had that situation in the time that I've been here.
And the state requires us to have those two as our top.
HUD, yes. So yes, HUD requires those.
So the other question I have about, it says working, it includes elderly and disabled. And it looked like when I was reading through the information that it said 62 plus was already had a preference. Is that correct? Or do you have to be working and 62 or 65?
No, so they're all separate. So it's funny how HUD groups them together. So what HUD says is if you're working, you can get a preference. But obviously if you're elderly or disabled, there's a potential that you're not working. So if you fall into that 62 plus category or that disabled category, you qualify for that working preference.
Oh, thank you. That clarifies that. And then I do feel strongly about including anyone with children. So if there's someone that's really needing something with children, I think that should be a preference. And I advocate for having some of the units to be able to accommodate a family. So that's just my preference I'm throwing out there. And then my second question is, I know you can't really say because we're applying for a grant and we don't know how it's going to go. But in your crystal ball, do you think our likelihood would be higher to get a grant of a greater amount with option one? Or would our likelihood be higher to get a lesser amount that we're asking for with option two?
I think our likelihood would be similar in those two cases. The only, and I think it goes back to what Councilmember Stockton was saying, that we need to make sure that it pencils out. And that's why even when we are requesting for an approval, it's conditional. We want to make sure if we are going back and we are going with option two, we go back, work with crew, work with Opportunity House, and maybe that number is 20 or 22 or 19 or whatever that number is. As long as it pencils out, I think our chances for both will be similar. Maybe option two actually might be even more than option one because you're asking for still a much lesser grant than option one, because as you could see from two options, you're asking from Home Key much higher amount in option one, and you're asking for lesser amount in option two.
Right, my common sense tells me we might get likely to get less, but I didn't know if that's right, or if they'll say, well, we're just doing several projects, so we'll do a couple of big ones. All right, so those were my questions. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment, the questions that's been asked by my colleagues. This is the comment. And I was going to be reporting out on this later, but Archway in Fairfield, we were all invited to their groundbreaking, and I was able to attend. And they applied for that grant, and they received $14 million. And I'm thinking from the questions that have been asked, and the last one that was just asked by Councilmember Wiley, I'm thinking that the services that are being proposed to be offered to the residents plays an important role in also in obtaining that grant. So it's not just requesting dollars, requesting funds. I need this much for this. But what are you going to do with the residents? What are you offering? How is it going to make a difference with the unhoused or the unsheltered? I mean, the homeless or the unsheltered. So with that, I'm really leaning toward option one, track one, primarily because of the focus is still placed upon what the state is trying to, they're never resolved this crisis we're dealing with right now. But there was no accountability for all the funds that they had released previously, prior to the release of the funds that are occurring now. And with that, I think they're going to scrutinize the type of grants that they approve. So I just want to share, and with attending Archway, their funding sources consisted of 14 million. Okay, where are you? 14,300,000. Partnership Health Plan, 350,000. The County of Solano, 500. No, that cannot be right. That's a misprint. I'm going to say 500,000. And then 299 from the city of Fairfield. That must be a misprint. 500 million.
I'd say.
Yeah. And so, but the type of services, intensive outpatient treatment they will receive, but they're proposing a 70-bed transitional housing, 70 beds. There is a partnership, a detox and residential treatment through Napa County and Solano County. So I think it's really, what are you going to do with this grant? What is the true offerings? And I think that's the type of grants type of proposals that they're really going to be looking after. Now, I know some of the questions that I asked when I met with the two of you. One was the size of the units. And then about, if we have 80, hypothetically, I know this number is much larger, let's say 80 unhoused individuals. No, I'm going to go higher. I'm going to say 150 unhoused. And then if that count, that was the last, let's say in the last count, it was 150. I asked the question, how many of those were couples? How many of those, of that number consisted of a family unit of maybe a spouse, husband, wife, or a pair, and a child or two? So that would, and so not knowing that, then that type of information, that data, would assist in identifying what our needs are here in Vacaville. And I'm focusing on Vacaville, and I shouldn't say I'm not interested in Fairfield or anyone else imposing on us. That's neither here and there. However, Vallejo received funds, and they have a large program starting. Fairfield now has a program to assist their unhoused and those with mental illness. JPA, our joint power.
I'm going to ask you to get to some of the questions.
Okay,
There's a
I'm
lot of
sorry.
lights.
Well, I initially said I had a comment.
Yeah.
I didn't say I had a question. So I will forego and wait and come back to the JPA.
Okay. Councilmember Stockton.
So when it comes to these multi-person units, does every family member living in that unit go through the screening process, and are they all allotted points, even children?
So a household can consist of one person, two people, three people. So the application itself receives points, not each individual person. But if there's a veteran in the household, then the application receives veteran points. Each adult would go through a background for the household. So the Housing Authority does a background check for eligibility, and then they would also go through the screening process for the project, at the project. So anyone 18 years or older would go through a background check to reside in the household. We look at any violent criminal or drug activity within the last 5 years, and a registered sex offender can never be a part of HUD programs. So if they're a registered sex offender, they would not be eligible to reside in the project.
And is there a bigger need for family units or for individual units?
For the most recent point-in-time count performed last year, the majority of those were individuals that were reported or that were counted in that last PIC count. But with talking to Ashley and Opportunity House, of the 20 that she is referring to, those are made up of both one-person households and some two-person households.
That could live in a similarly designed unit, correct?
Yes.
The next questions are for the chief. I guess it's a question, but what outreach have you done with other cities that have added projects on this scale or combination of scales to see what impact it has had on public safety services? And it's not just, I may need the fire chief too. I mean, because we have a 55 and over community right across the street from this, and potentially going to build more senior housing across the street. And, you know, ambulance services are important, right? So I want to know, in addition to just police response, has any research been done to look at the impacts as it relates to both of them?
Yeah, so, you know, obviously my lens is public safety. That's the lens I'm looking at it from as you all make your decision on what you would like to do. I did visit Napa. I think she had it, Tamara had it listed up in the presentation. So I went there with a couple other city staff members, listened to their presentation on what's working, what's not working. They cited a lot of success out of it. However, we did have a Napa police representative there who provided us different insight as to what they were seeing and experiencing. So they did say that it was a resource management issue for them that they were working through. I've had similar conversations with Vacaville Hospital, anticipating the law change in January of 26 with drugs and alcohol being considered towards 5150 placement. So they have limited capacity for 5150 increases to their hospital. I have not talked to the fire chief about how this impacts his department, but I can speak on behalf of, if we respond for a medical aid, we call them. And so there is a correlation, obviously, with people who are suffering from mental illness or drugs and alcohol, that there is increased calls for service. So I don't have data to say specifically how this is going to impact Vacaville, but I did have one site visit with Napa.
And I'm hoping that you might be able to get other similarly sized projects like this from other California cities that you may be able to reach out to. That would be something important for me moving forward. The other concern that I have is when I went and toured the facility in San Francisco, which was run by not the Opportunity House, full disclosure, there were vending machines with Narcan and fentanyl test strips in them. And while I recognize that we're dealing with individuals that are dealing with substance abuse, I also recognize that home key is housing first, and people do not have to take advantage of services, which is why I definitely want to hear more about what the Housing Authority can or can't do as far as screening who would go into these potential units. But I would be curious what measures are being implemented and who's paying for that, as well as it covered by the provider. And then also, the other question I would love for you or crew or somebody to ask is, what has been the growth in population of camps outside of these areas? And if they have any sort of mitigation where the folks that are running these facilities are covering the cost for camp cleanups and different things like that, because I know that there could be hazardous waste and issues with that as well. So I don't know if
I can speak to Napa and what Napa representative told us. They were, this particular housing unit that I went to, I think they had 45 beds, 50. Again, they cited some success, and I can see the value in this discussion. The Napa representative did say when people were able to establish residency in their city, they got on a wait list and they saw additional camps pop up. And again, they have to go and use resource management to deal with people that are coming in. So sometimes it's, look, I'm listening to the decisions you want to, this is your decision. I'm just here to answer the questions. And, you know, Napa provided a little bit from the public safety perspective, provided a little bit different of a view of how it's working for their police department. This isn't not to say that there isn't a need here in Vacaville for low-income housing and helping others move up, because that's what this world is about, and we should give people that opportunity. And that's what Napa was talking about. They saw some success with it, but there is additional resources that go into this type of project for public safety.
Quick question, since you're up here. Does Napa have contract security? Did Napa have?
They had site management there. And I think a BOD was there, and it was what Napa told us. It wasn't, their services are not required. It was optional wraparound services. Is that correct?
There, okay.
I just wanted to add that with the Narcan vending machines in San Francisco, that was a requirement of San Francisco's Health and Social Services Agency that was providing funding for the support services there. That's not a requirement from the state or home key funding. So that's a decision that was made because of the contract that they have with San Francisco. And that this project is not proposed to be similar to like Archway, which is like a detox facility. So this is permanent supportive housing. There wouldn't be any like detox program or anything like that at this project.
Yeah, and I think in addition, and I might be repeating myself, but Opportunity House is already housing these folks in current navigation center, current temporary housing in Vacaville. These are Vacaville residents, and that's why option 2, restricting it to 25, 30 makes most sense, that we can have those 20 people transition here and then open up 20 more beds for people who can utilize the navigation and temporary housing services. So I think it's a win-win in that respect. Of course, it's a decision to be made whether it's option 1 or not.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Thank you. Just stay close. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I've got some questions and then I have some comments. So one of my questions, has there been any outreach to the surrounding community outside of the Vacaville city limits? Like what are the names of the streets over there? Maple, that area falls into the county. So has there been any outreach for that? And then also, has there, along those same lines, has there been any kind of mailer that has gone out within, say, 2 to 3 mile radius of the businesses and the residential? Because we have one of our largest elderly population that lives very close by to this proposed project. Our largest retirement and elderly population in the entire city live, 2 to 3 miles. So has there been any direct mailers, or has it just all been through the newspaper and emails and that sort of thing.
So there hasn't been any community outreach at this stage. That would happen during the entitlement process, as far as community outreach and notification of the project if it moves forward.
So the 85 units, would that equate to about 85 people, or would it be multiple people in some, so it might be like 100 people roughly?
It could vary. The Housing Authority considers overcrowding of 2 people per sleeping area plus 1. So for a studio unit, there's only 1 sleeping area, so there'd be a max that could reside in 1 unit of 2 people. So it could be 1 or 2 people per unit.
And I know that I've asked you this question before, but I just wanted to ask it openly and on record. So when it comes to guests coming in and out, I believe that I talked to the gentleman and you said that they could have company for up to 30 days in a calendar year, but no more than 2 weeks at one particular time. So if I was living there and my mom or my dad or my boyfriend or my girlfriend or somebody wanted to come, they could stay there for, I believe you said it was 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the Housing Authority requirement for before someone is considered an unauthorized household member is that guests can stay up to 2 weeks consecutively or 30 cumulative days in a year before the Housing Authority starts looking at that person as a possible unauthorized household member. So if someone was staying more than that, that participant would be in violation of their family obligations and would either have to move forward with that person going through the approval process to be a resident there, or they would no longer be able to stay overnight or have overnight visits there.
And I'm not trying to be negative here, but I'm going to get ready to ask some hard questions because I think that it needs to be discussed. It needs to be, because it's really easy to make something sound good and look good and how it's going to be beneficial, but so residents here would be allowed to bring alcohol onto the premises, correct?
That's correct. There would not be any like drug testing or prohibition of alcohol, even prohibition of smoking or anything like that in the unit. A person would not be required to be clean or sober to reside there.
So marijuana could be smoked in the rooms or have they be outside?
The Section 8 program is a federally funded program, and technically marijuana is not legal and not allowed. However, we're in California, so there's some.
So, I mean, I'm asking these questions because we're talking about bringing people over from the Opportunity House who are in a clean and sober living environment where they are required to be clean and sober, and to move them into transitional permanent housing around these elements, which we're going to run into that you got choices to make. I understand that every day of what you're going to hang around or be a part of or partake of. So, but I'm just concerned for the residents that are fighting and struggling to improve their lives, and now we're going to put them into an environment where this is not legal, but it's approved, it's okay. And so that's the reason I was kind of getting around to those questions. And then I was also curious. Now, I noticed when we were in Napa and looked at that site that there was quite a few people with dogs, probably about 30%. Does that sound about correct? And are there any requirements on size or number of animals that you can have?
No, I don't think we have a specific restriction, but I can look into that.
Okay. No, you don't have to. I mean, I got a pretty good idea from what I saw, so I'm just concerned, you know, with 100 animals walking around that place and the cleanliness and the odors coming out of the dumpsters and just, you know, I'm thinking about residents that are going to be living there that are trying to get their lives together, that are trying to have a decent place to stay, and then but we have all these influences that are going to be coming up around them. So, I mean, I'm asking these questions because I want to really get a clear picture of what's going on there. I'm also.
Clarification. Are you thinking about option 1 or option 2, or you're generally speaking?
Either one. I mean, primarily option one. That's what I'm looking at because that's the big ask here, right? I mean, that's what we're really looking at. That's what you're really hoping for too, I would imagine. So, and then what happens to a tenant that brings a bad actor in and they cause trouble because they're not actually living at that place, but they bring a bad actor in and this actor becomes drunk, violent, whatever, and we have our first responders showing up to this. So what are the ramifications for somebody that lives there that brings a bad actor on? Are they going to be held responsible? They would be the ones held responsible?
Part of the family obligations for the housing authority is that a resident is responsible for themselves and their guests. And so if they are inviting guests that are becoming a nuisance, violating lease obligations, then that's a violation of their family obligations.
Got it. So I know that there's a big water canal that goes underneath Leisure Town over there, and I'm thinking about our water canals here locally downtown and several other places that we spend a tremendous amount of resources cleaning up trash in the creeks and that sort of thing. So, and I know that you have a plan to put a fence around that place, but people are able to come and go anytime they want to. It's going to be a permanent resident. But I'm considering what that canal is going to turn into, because in talking to some people in other communities that have had this project, they were able to fill them up, but then people came in from other places like Fort Bragg and Fortuna and trying to get into this facility because they heard about it. It was a good place. This is over north of San Francisco. And as a result, they ended up with more homeless in their community than what they started with. They were able to get about 10% of their local population placed in, and then the rest filled up with people from outside of that area. Are you familiar with any of these types of scenarios?
Well, I don't have a particular experience in the scenario in which you're referring to. I will say again that we have kind of the benefit here with this project of all the units being project-based voucher units. And so that anyone applying for this project would have the preference system applied to their application, whether they're just normal affordable units or the permanent supportive housing units. So those that are local residents would be placed higher on the waiting list than anyone who is not a local resident. We have heard feedback about concerns about it being attractive to those not currently residing in the community, and some challenges that come with that. That's where also with the housing authority units being allocated towards the project, we have the benefit of establishing the limited preference for those permanent supportive units. So if a limited preference is established and all of those applications have to go through one of the approved local agencies, those applicants are moving through our system in some way and being assisted and supported in some way through those approved service providers before they'd be able to be eligible for those permanent supportive units.
I think when we were in Napa, it was stated that just outside of the fence that there was a homeless camp and that you guys were actively trying to get that cleaned up and get it moved on to somewhere else, right? Is there interaction with that group outside of the fence with the people that are living within the fence? Is there interaction there?
I'll have to check on that.
Okay.
The property.
I'm just curious. I know I've asked a lot of questions, and I apologize to the rest of the council. I'm almost done here. So one of my concerns is the impact on local businesses that are there, and if we approve this, we've got real estate right around there that people own as private property, and I look at all the traffic coming and going that will be on foot. I've done some traveling around now, looking at other communities where there's a large homeless population, so I have some big concerns about this is going to be for 55 years. It'll prevent us from maybe developing that area. And, you know, we got a new housing development going in out there. I'm thinking about all of the extra services that our first responders are going to do. I'm thinking that personally, I don't like this project. I think it's too big, and I would love to see us take our $2 million that we're getting ready to spend of our ARPA money and use that money for our opportunity house and build onto where we have local control, where we're not stuck with federal funding or state funding that doesn't allow us to have any choices. So my concern is this project is way too big, and we're taking way too big of a bite without knowing what the ramifications is going to have on our city. And without having input from the surrounding community, I can't support this. I mean, if I was living over there and I was going to have all of a sudden 100 to 150 people showing up with 50 dogs that are going to be walking around on leashes and the impact on the local businesses there. If I have a local business there, you talked about a restaurant, I imagine you're referring to McDonald's, right? And there's no grocery stores there. There's no healthy choices for food. There's local, you know, there's buses that can be taken. But I would much rather see our city spend money on a program on a much smaller scale. We have 250 identified homeless people here. And I think that if you talk to the people that are out on the streets that are dealing with the people that are homeless or unhoused in our community, maybe 8 to 10% of those really want to get off the street. So what we're really looking at is about 20 to 25, but we start blending them in with the rest of the community of low-income housing and stuff. And what I see is the beginnings of a ghetto being built over, for lack of better terminology, I'm sorry, but for lack of better terminology, I see that as being a blight area on the city of Vacaville that's going to cost us. And with that, I'll yield my time. Sorry,
Councilmember Rich.
Well, thank you so much. Good part, we're going almost last. I'm able to not have to repeat or listen to my other council members. A lot of great comments. Thank you, Ted, for some stuff you said. One of the words came to me. It's just like, as I'm looking at the project, reading the project, this is just like big pharma. The analogy in my head is big pharma. The money's in the treatment. It's not in the cure. Having people put butts in the seats. 89 people being there. If you, your title is kind of hypocrisy of it. Supportive, you know, was it California supportive housing? Like, are you supporting them to be temporary, supporting them to be transitionary? It seems like if there's no incentive to have someone follow the financial literacy, better their life, like I said last time, I want people to be uncomfortable being comfortable in their current situation. So they want to move up and out. But once they get in, I mean, it's going to be near impossible to get someone out of the situation. And what levers do you have? They can get high, they can have fun, they can be drunk, stoned every day. You can't really do anything. It's allowed. Why would they better themselves? Why would they take classes? Why would they try to get their GED? Why would they try to enroll in community college? Why would they try to get clean enough to get into the trades? Why would they try to get a job when they can stay there for free and get high without any consequence or repercussions? It's like, the problem is home key sets up people to not want to do better. The best thing I heard was the best thing I heard the whole time is Ashley Banta's name and Opportunity House. Two things that are absolutely amazing and are local. I mean, having this project be in Vacaville, ran by an amazing program in Vacaville, by someone that understands the program and go along with her, it's what I really want. I mean, do you live in Solano County? So the problem is, I already knew that, but you don't live in Solano County. The thing is, it's just a business model. It's like buying an apartment building. It's plug, play, and go. It's a money-making. It happens every city. All counties are happening. And like, so once this is done, 55 years, what vested interest do you have to make sure that these tenants actually try to better their life with financial literacy? If someone says, I don't want to do it, what do you do? Nothing. You just collect a check. And that's the problem. We have to have an incentive program to make people that want to help themselves get in and transition out to clear that place up for the next group of people that need help. But if they get in that sucker, and there's no incentive to leave, we're causing a problem. And 89 units, you're going to have 4 or 3 people a night there. It's going to explode. And I'm not going to reiterate everything about the district I live in, the people. There's a mobile home park right across the way. We're going to see development for the next 15 to 20 years, but that's going to change it. I don't think that's right. I think what we need is we do need a reallocation of ARPA funds. We need to figure out how to have like Opportunity House Ashley Banta, not just be the property manager, but help from the ground up articulate a program with the city of Vacaville and use a developer partner. But to say that, I got you, once we sign the pen, for 55 years, we really can't do anything unless legislature changes or the program runs out of funding. Like, I don't want to wait around for 20 years until funding runs out or someone in Sacramento says, you know what, this is the 30th murder we've had this month. I think this program's not good. Let's change it. Like, that's not good. You know, and the fact that Ashley Banta and the Opportunity House worked so hard to get people ready to transition into temporary housing to get back into the workforce. And if you throw a family next to somebody whacked out, I mean, my conscience couldn't have that. Like, if I know there's a mom with 2 kids, and then 7 doors down, someone's just lifted, they're whacked out, and they walk down the hall, and something happens, we put them in that situation. They're trying to better their life. They came out of a situation where they were sober, getting better. They transitioned in there, and they were walking around, just walking their dog. They turn the corner, and some guy just wasted. Like, that's on us. And like, I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready for that feeling. But knowing that I put 30, 40 guys that are just lifted, just whacked out of mind. They didn't realize what they did. They didn't realize that girl's only 10 years old. They were so high they didn't notice until it's too late. Like, that's the ugly side of what can happen. Like, every other day I go to prisons and do presentations, and I hear some crazy stories. I'm sorry is a common thing, and it only takes 30 seconds for something to happen. I don't want that to happen on our watch. So I just want to step back and make sure that, like, we're not putting people that are trying to get better in life, that are almost out of the storm, right back to someone getting wasted every night. Like, the temptation of smelling, like burning meth, crank, weed every night, it's gonna push them back to relapse. And if you don't understand that, you haven't been around it enough. Like, it's not fair. So I couldn't put a family in that situation. And that's my comments.
Let me go ahead and open up to the public for comment.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Gail Thompson, and I'm here once again on the homeless issue. Councilman Fremo and Richie, thank you very, very much for your comments. You were spot on. I'm going to give a little background first on myself so you understand where I'm coming from on the comments I make. I've been working with the homeless on one-on-one for better than 10 years now. I have gotten them on their SSI, their SSDI. I've gotten them off emergency housing funding through getting them these benefits. I have worked with various agencies in assisting the homeless. I have, my husband and I have sponsored the Homeless Roundtable that is held once a year across the nation to honor those who have died on our streets. Last year we had 12 of those. I have assisted my husband in rejumping the Homeless Roundtable. I have, gosh, the list goes on and on. I have worked with the sheriff's departments on having animals spayed and neutered because we had an explosion of puppies and kittens. Every homeless person on the street had to have a dog, and most of them had to be pit bulls. So the sheriff's department has been very generous in assisting us in getting them spayed. I operate a homeless feeding program every Thursday night. On Tuesdays, I deliver meals out to those who can't get in. The gentleman with gout, the gentleman that has prostate and liver cancer and can't move around. These are the people I deliver meals to. I know them, I know their stories, and I can tell you that out of the nearly 300, and when I started this, by the way, our homeless count was in the 60s. It's now closer to 300. They're not ready to go into permanent housing. Very, very few of them. What they need is transitional housing that has mandatory wraparound services. You can't take a smart kindergartner and put them in high school. Our homeless are not ready for permanent housing. Very, very few of them. I'm not saying all of them, but first they have to have that transitional housing. They have to learn how to get back into community, how to be part of that community, how to do community service, how to pay their own bills. On those that I get housing and SSDI and SSI, I have 2 requirements when I'm done with that, is I mandate that they have to have a payee so their rent's always paid and their lights are always on. The rest of the money, do what you want. They're not always capable of getting their bills paid on time, and that creates additional problems. The other requirement I have is a sugar-free latte. I don't charge for my services. It takes an enormous amount of time, but it's done out of compassion and care for our community and our residents. Priority should be transition housing. This project can go through without homeless. That's a political buzzword. 20 years ago, you didn't hear the word. Now everybody talks about it. I don't care if you're a council member, a supervisor, a senator, or a congressman.
Thank you.
The buzzword is homeless. Transitional housing, please consider it.
Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Ankit Panchal. I represent AHOA, which stands for Asian American Hotel Owners Association. Our members own about 62% of the hotels in the country and about 64% in the state of California. And one of the members owns the Quality Inn, which is located on Orange Drive. I'm here to give you a little bit of education on where hospitality industry stands right now and the tourism industry. California revenue numbers are all-time low. In city of Vacaville, the occupancy rate is declined by 25% as we speak. In next 3 years, it's going to decline more. And that's not from me, it's from Smith Travel Report, which is also known as Star Report. I just want to inform the council as well as mayor and vice mayor that there needs to be checks and balances when it comes to supply and demand. And Highway 80 corridor has a major decline. And I just heard that you guys just had a groundbreaking, which is a good news that you guys are having a brand new hotel. But you guys need to also offload older hotels, which are exterior corridor, which will bring influx in crimes such as human trafficking, drug trafficking. So if you repurpose this hotel into something else, guess what? You will attract more developers that's going to come in and build new hotels with restaurants, with full service, and create more jobs. So look at it from the other perspective as well. And I just want to mention one last thing. This hotel owner, he bought the property from previous owner who was struggling to pay TOT, and I believe he was backed up for like 4 years. No TOT were paid. Similar thing is going to happen here because there's no tourism. Guess what? Most of the people who are staying at the hotels are locals or somebody driving from Sacramento and just staying there to do drug trafficking or human trafficking or XYZ. So that being said, just from a business owner's perspective, I just want to educate the council members. If you have an opportunity to use this at a better cause, I would suggest that. And this project was previously approved in month of September, and it's hard for me to digest that it's coming back just because there was a developer change, and I feel like the hotel owner or the small enterprise owner has been being punished for him just changing the developer. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Well, you heard from Gail. Yeah, she's very passionate, obviously, but I'd like to talk about the project itself, the physical amenities. I got a hold of the listing offer. It was listed about a year ago for $14.5 million, but it says that there are 114 units. And so that's a question, Mayor, if I could ask your housing expert.
Please ask the question. I'll have her.
Okay, through the chair. Is it 114 or is it 86 units?
It would be reduced.
And
It's
reduce,
114 now, but in repurposing, what they're proposing at the full amount is 86, 85 plus an on-site manager. So that's where the number is changed, simply because of how they would repurpose it.
okay, all right. So being a numbers guy, that $114.5 million equates to about $128,000 a unit. After rehab in option one, that number goes up to 298,000, an increase of about 170,000 per unit. What are we doing? Are we gold plating the faucets? I mean, to your point, Ted, that when government gets involved, they're heavy-handed. If you want this money, you're going to have to accept that it's permanent housing and not transitional housing. As Gail explained, permanent housing, they're going to get in. Greg, you mentioned about people getting in, and there's no incentive to move. It'll become a project. And that is not what we want. We want people to get into these projects, transition through, get skills, employment, and become productive citizens again. I think that's all we want from our efforts dealing with the homeless. And I think that's what you want as the leaders of this community. So I would ask that you consider very strongly whether this is the appropriate way of moving forward with this project, or if you get creative. To your point, Ted, does it have to be 86 units? Can it be 20 units? Can it be something where you got to crawl before you walk? And so I would encourage the council to think very strong. I mean, it's tough for me to get up here and say, I don't want a project that's going to help folks that Gail and I've spent hours and days and weeks and months trying to help. But I don't think it's the right fit for Vacaville, and we can think outside of the box. So I appreciate listening to my comments.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Darren Clark. I'm a field rep for NorCal Carpenters Union out of Local 180, representing Solano County. I'd like to first thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here tonight to speak on the importance of having labor standards on this home key project. Housing is more than just a roof over somebody's head. It's an investment in our communities, and it should be built with the same care we give to the people who will live there. When we require prevailing wages, we ensure workers earn a fair paycheck that supports their families. When we include health care benefits, we provide the security workers need to stay healthy and productive, which ultimately benefits the project itself. And when we prioritize state-certified apprenticeship programs, we're not just building housing, we're building a skilled workforce that can take on the challenges of tomorrow. These standards aren't just good for workers, they're good for the city of Vacaville as well. They ensure projects are built to last, create pathways out of poverty, and keep money circulating locally. As the leaders of the city, you have the power to influence how development happens. I urge you to ensure that the developer is required to meet these labor standards on this project. Let's set the bar high and do what's right for Vacaville. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of this. And if there was any questions that you might be able to answer based upon public comment.
Sure. I'll start with the last comment. So the project-based vouchers and if permanent supportive units are included in the project, the home key funding does require prevailing wage be paid on the project, on the rehab of the project. With the comment around the number of units needed, this is where in option 2, we've suggested that there can be 25 to 30 permanent supportive housing units. Again, that number was determined based off conversations with Opportunity House and crew about the number of homeless that are currently ready to move into permanent supportive housing. And then that in turn would open up transitional beds at Opportunity House for those that need a little bit more support. again, with establishing the limited preference and determining which agencies would be able to make referrals to those 25 to 30 units. Those agencies would be the ones to determine who's ready to move forward and be referred to the project. So if someone isn't currently ready to live independently, or more independently outside of really heavy supports or detox or something like that, then the agency ideally would not refer that person over to be successful or move into permanent supportive housing. The project is envisioned to be permanent housing, whether they're supportive units or affordable units. They would operate just like any other housing complex or apartment or multifamily complex throughout the city, whether it is affordable or whether it contains permanent supportive housing. There would not be a requirement for someone not to drink alcohol or, if they choose to, smoke weed in their unit. But there would be a requirement, just like any other multifamily project, that they do not become a nuisance to their neighbors. They abide by their lease agreements. And then additionally, with the project-based vouchers that'll be allocated to the unit, there's additional requirements in order to remain eligible for the program. So this project is not envisioned to be like Archway, like a detox center where there are additional requirements to being able to stay in a bed there or reside there. It is envisioned to be permanent housing that offers support, and depending on how council decides to move forward, those supports can be tied to 25 to 30 units. They could be tied to all of the units if that's what council desires. But that's why those options are kind of presented on what that right number of units would be. That would be specifically for those that are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness.
Just to add to that for the option 2 and the comment Skip and Gail made and the discussion we had earlier today, as well as prior discussion with Ashley from Opportunity House. If you look at the current ecosystem in Vacaville, if you have the navigation center, you have the temporary housing, you do have pockets of permanent supportive housing, like few units for seniors, not for general population. And you also have some for veterans. So by providing this program for option 2, providing it for 25 to 30 units, Ashley's point was that it opens up for the people who are ready today, like 20 people, whether they are individuals or family of 2. They were last year 30 of them, but they did not have any such permanent supportive housing available. And it also tries to address that they have been vetted, they have been with Opportunity House, and they are transitioning with Opportunity House staff in this particular project. And that's why we will have them as the service provider as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it tonight, so we're trying to convey her message to the best way possible.
I appreciate that. And in full disclosure, we met earlier today, and I did have a chance to hear the perspective. Today's the first time that I have heard that Opportunity House would be part of the discussion as far as how you could establish a limited preference for referrals so that it only comes through a vetted source. So I echo what Councilmember Ritchie said. There's local success stories, and we certainly know what some of our issues are, and I appreciate the comments. There's no doubt that I am not interested in chasing money, and just because the goal to be more competitive at the state level for a grant should never be the metric, in my view, for going after something. I've been involved in too many opportunities where we've accepted grant money as a city to perform certain tasks and objectives, only to find out that it really didn't serve the community. And so I'm very cautious about entering into those agreements. For me, I don't know if the number is 300. I would probably refer to not the pit count, but also cruise number. But clearly it has increased. I don't look at the pit count as the driver to look at a data-driven solution, because the pit count does not account for those who are, Gail, to your point, who's ready today, right? People, you could have 200, you could have 300, and I've always said in my experience, having chaired the roundtable, you might not have somebody even ready until, somebody is absolutely ready, and then it's very, each story is unique. And so the thought that you have 300 and that you're just going to house 300 people just doesn't work. It has been my experience, and it has been a national debate in law enforcement, that you're generally not going to reach any more than 10% over the course of a year. And those have become truly open and ready because there are navigators and supportive services, and there's relationships. We have a good understanding of what the issues are, so I won't ever look at a data point as the pit count as the driver for the number of units. 85 has always been too high. I think, my concern is anything over 20 is, to Councilmember Stockton's point, starting small is really, in other words, if we weren't presented with this opportunity, and I appreciate the fact that there was, this appeared to have been approved to move forward, but it still wasn't complete. This, as it's progressed over time, it's taken on more questions, more concerns, and I think a greater reality of what that looks like. If there wasn't state funding, what would we do? And so sometimes what happens is in this, I see that we are chasing money, and so I want to set that aside the way I look at this and say, what is it we're trying to solve for Vacaville? And I do believe transitional housing, and it was a question that I asked you today, and that there is a part of Home Key that started with transitional housing, but they have moved away from it. There is that need for transition. And so I do respect what the Opportunity House has done. It is been an example and used nationwide as an example of what we're doing here. And so we don't need to we don't need to chase other solutions when the solution sometimes is in front of us. It's just a money thing. I do agree that any and all approaches to permanent supportive housing, again, for me, I would never agree to anything over 20, and even that might be too high to start. Having more options up to 3-bedroom clearly is something that would be important. But personally, as I have heard this, I didn't come with with my mind made up, but I really do believe that we're chasing something because money's in front of us. And I respectfully disagree, Vice Mayor. I don't think we need to position ourselves to be more attractive for the state money in this case. What we need to do is we need to work with the Opportunity House, the FRC, and our local experts and figure out ways to do it. We've done it with my friend's house. We've done it with starting small and working intimately with our partners, and I think that that's a better solution. I appreciate that this has come forward today, but as I sit here today, I just believe what we're doing is we're chasing money, and I just don't believe it's the right thing to do. I appreciate all the work that you're putting into it, and I have thought about this at length. You make a compelling point, but if this was 20 units and it was set aside standalone and it was tied to the Opportunity House and there was a real plan, maybe that's what we would be looking to do. And so it becomes clear for me, but those are my positions. Councilmember Stockton? Excuse me, Councilmember Silva.
So I guess just I think it's frustrating because we give you guys feedback, and we've been here and run with it. You come back and we tear it apart. Maybe that's, like it was mentioned, like that's the process. So part of me feels like I'm sorry, but on the other hand, like I also see like the faces that I talk to, not to get think about emotions and whatnot, but I think from a practical standpoint, if it's the council's will to create a transition from folks who are trying to live that are very low income or low income from Opportunity House over, then is that what this site can be? And is that what option 3 is?
Option 3 would be a fully affordable project, no supportive housing units, no support services, no funding from Home Key.
So, I mean,
I'm sorry, let me just.
No, sure.
So it could still serve as a way for someone who is, the barrier to them being able to find permanent housing is the income level or the affordability of it. It could still serve as an option there. But there would be no support services tied to it. There wouldn't be there wouldn't be units set aside for those that are homeless or at risk of homelessness.
Just to add, I think what you're saying was option 2 is the one, of course, with much reduced number. Like we were saying 25 to 30, say it's 20. And that would act as 20 units dedicated, being provided services by Opportunity House, replicating what they have been doing, continuing to pick up the people which are there in their navigation center or temporary housing, coming to this 20-unit permanent supportive housing. Rest of the 65 units are for low income. They are not homeless or any restriction.
So, yeah, and to the mayor's point, like I didn't have my mind made up coming in here either, and I appreciate all the the different feedback. It's all real. It's all true, as far as different perspectives and anecdotal evidence. And I think like one thing that continues to be missing out of the story is two parts. Like one, I've done enough ride-alongs, talked to enough folks. There's a lot of folks who, again, many people in our community truly want to help. And I've said it before, it's frustrating because sometimes we want to help them more than want to help themselves. And so to the point like we're chasing money, or kind of spinning off of that, in many senses, like it makes it like we feel that we did good or we feel that we're doing good, but how does that translate? And so I think, as far as like the staffing, the wraparound services, I think that's one area that I was kind of hoping to get, more something more established from. I don't know what more is, to be honest with you. And I think that's just where data kind of helps say, here's what's worked, here's what hasn't worked, and here's the demographics that it's been able to help in order to make any policy decision makers and make more informed decisions. Because I think that's just all part of the conversation. The comments about likewise, I share concerns about the design of the facility, on how you have people who are still struggling to come, not relapse, so to speak, but then possibly put them in an environment where there's different a different environment that encourages them. So I'm not quite clear on how that design would work to where there's just two different environments, folks who are just trying to living their life. I don't agree with the thing that they're trying to party and whatnot. I think their mental status is a completely different sense of in that state. But just something, when we talk about family or units that accommodate families, like that's what I see at Opportunity House, where mothers or fathers with children are looking for somewhere to go, and there's nowhere for them to go, as was mentioned. So I don't know where council wants to go with this, but it just seems to me we have a facility that can be used, a facility that we can find some type of consensus on providing direction on how we utilize that space to provide housing for those who need housing, and if it's still a more enhanced program to better address the needs of those who fit these different demographics of our homeless population, then I think all those things got to be apparently approached differently and realistically. Those just comments.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yeah, I want to thank the public and staff for answering questions, and my colleagues for sharing your thoughts on this. And my mind has gone back and forth over a variety of different issues, but I think you hit the nail on the head, Mr. Mayor, that are we chasing this money? And what I initially saw is, as a positive, to start very small and grow with the needs of the community. I'm quickly seeing is potentially the opposite, which would mean that we're going to have more units than we need right now, and the potential to add even more with no wraparound services, like in the transitional housing method. I would even go so far as to say to concentrate that many, even in just an affordable housing option, I think is probably too many too. After considering everything, I think if the money was for transitional housing with wraparound services, I still think that the amount of units is too many, right? I almost think we should think smaller, 5, 10 units, or maybe we look at 2 different locations, we spread things out. I mean, I don't know. I think the way that I want to move forward, and I know there's other people that want to comment, but I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, and with you, some of my colleagues that have made comments that I don't want to settle chasing the money, and I think the right thing to do would be to go after the transitional housing with wraparound services. So that would be my direction, and I think this has been very educational for me. Clearly, it's a unique location with a lot of units, and I think you're going to need to add more units than I'm just comfortable with in whatever capacity of 1, 2, and 3. And so my recommendation, and I know there's going to be a council motion or whatever with direction, but for me, it's about I want to move forward on the smaller scale with the transitional with wraparound before we consider options like this that have no accountability built in. That's it.
Vice Mayor Chapman.
Wally had hers on before me.
Oh, did she? Hold on a second. Yes. Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your hard work on this. I will echo, we've come to you, you've brought us several things and you've made changes. So I'm kind of surprised at, the whole discussion that we've had for the last 2 hours, because I do appreciate all your effort. And it seemed like, okay, this was a very good possibility because it's a good facility and a good possibility, but a lot of issues were raised that make it look like it's not the best. I would like to hope for the best, but hoping for the best doesn't always work out that way. I feel like Vacaville has a long history of making plans to help the homeless that are thwarted by the public or the councils, and we've had a history with needing helping for the homeless, and it just never gets out of the ground. And we've talked about, transitional housing, that sounds good. Transitional housing, that sounds good. But it's the same council who said, no, we're not interested in inclusionary zoning. So how are we going to get to that point where we can have transitional housing to help the people that need it? That's my question, and there's not a good answer. I don't want to be in the same place 20 years later to say, oh, well, we don't have any housing, or we have more and more homeless. What are we doing? So I feel frustrated with the whole situation that we find ourselves in. So I do feel like there's no way this is going to pass, and it probably would have a lot of issues. I feel like you put a lot of work into trying not to mitigate any issues that we have, but I think that what are we going to do to help the homeless in Vacaville?
Vice Mayor Wiley, or Chapman.
Thank you. I have to concur with what Councilmember Wiley just stated. When I was making reference to the monies, the archway, it was just for informational purposes that they had applied for the same funds, and that was the amount that they, I wasn't trying to say, all of this, let's go after it. That wasn't the point of me mentioning it at that time. So I'm not a money chaser either. The project has to be right. All right, a few things. When I spoke earlier, I had just mentioned the JPA. And the purpose of the JPA, about a year or so ago, I was questioning about those funds and how they were being earmarked. And so I understand we have a manager or a director or something. Has that person been hired for the JPA?
I have an update during council comments on.
Okay, so with that, I have made mention of what the Vallejo is doing for their homeless. this project that's now starting in Fairfield for their homeless. I'm aware that I've been told that the contract with Solano Inc., is that the right one? Shelter Inc., that's it. It's not in place any longer through Fairfield. And so you're going to report out on it. But anyway, with
the interviews that were conducted for a director. Essentially, we conducted interviews. A selection was put forward, but it hasn't been finalized, and so that's my update. So,
well, JPA was going to help us out with our homeless, right? That was the purpose, pretty much, of the Joint Power Authority Agreement. And so, without that being a solid situation or committee now, not knowing their future direction, we can't, I'm going to say, we can't consider the JPA or Shelter Inc. as being an aid to assist us with our homeless, because they were holding beds. We were paying for 5 beds for our homeless. And so where's that money going? I mean, are we still working with that? So let me go forget, I just want to put that out there about the JPA and what its purpose was initially for. Now, going forward, Opportunity House, when it was first mentioned, I think it was mentioned at our last meeting, or it might have been when I met with the 2 of them, and it was suggested that Opportunity House could be the referring agency to refer residents on to this project. That was good. And with that, with them being the referring, one of the ways in which the residents could, would be referred, we would also possibly speak with them about having one of their personnel assigned to come with the residents, since they would have a rapport with the clients that had lived there on the premises. So tonight, now we're hearing that possibly taking individuals that have lived at Opportunity House, you state that they can probably supply at least 20, 25 residents over and then make the other half permanent. So the vision for me has changed totally. My vision, and I was thinking possibly of the council at one time, was, okay, we need this for our unhoused. Now, we've spoken about single, but what about the people that are presently living in their vehicles? We have families that are living in vehicles, in their RV homes. They're parked all around the place. And so that's a studio is not going to house them. 2-bedroom is not going to house them. So you would need larger units. So that would mean you would need to convert some of those 85 to, and now how many would you consider? I don't know. How many of those single units would it take to make a multiple unit? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So what was our objective initially? Our objective was to assist our unhoused, our homeless people. It wasn't about low income and creating a low income apartments, affordable housing. That was not the purpose, the vision. So now, as Councilmember Wiley stated, we haven't gained any ground. Are we just going to say no to this? And then what? Where do we go? We have an opportunity to address and to help people here in Vacaville. We can put the language in place about the animals. Okay, no animals or no dog larger than 2 pounds, 5 pounds is permitted. Language can be written into the policy, disclaimers that they would have to sign off on. If they act up, you said, you know, there's something written. If you do this, you're gone. We can design what we want for the people of Vacaville. if that is what we really want to do. Do we want to make a difference in the lives of these people? Are we tired of them being out there? They're dying on the streets. And with the way the world, the economy is now, it's going to get even worse. So I don't think 10 or 20 units, I really don't think 85 units is too many. Well, it wouldn't be that many by the time you make larger units. We're going to have other people losing their homes or not being able to afford the rent for their apartments. So that's all I'm finished.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes. Tamara, I know you put a lot of work into this, and I too am sorry because I don't want you to feel like you've wasted your time. I have a heart for homeless. So you guys, I want you to know I have a heart for the homeless. I just think that the direction that we're going. Let me just say this. Okay, so there was a time in my life where I was homeless. I slept on riverbanks, I slept on creeks, I slept in abandoned cars. I didn't always smell this good. And there was times where I looked like a sucked up Safeway chicken. I didn't look like I look tonight, and I didn't smell like I look tonight, and I know what it's like to be desperate. My family moved here from Minnesota, 58 years ago, and 10 of us lived at my aunt's 2-bedroom apartment. And I grew up in a 3-bedroom house with 8 siblings, and I just thought that's where boys grew up, was in the garage, right? In the inside. So I know what it's like to struggle, but if there was a time when I was trying to get my life together and somebody was going to give me permanent housing and I didn't have to change the way that I was living or the things that I was doing, I can promise you I wouldn't be sitting here tonight. I got out of jail. I came down to Solano County. I hitchhiked in the back of a pickup truck. I came here and I eventually started putting my life together. Now, maybe I have some advantages because I'm white, for one. And the other thing is that I have family members that were capable and wanted to support me, but they told me I had to straighten out my life and start getting together. And it didn't happen overnight. So I do have a heart, and I do want to make a difference for the homeless. And I'll vow right now that I will join the homelessness roundtable with Gail and Skip and a bunch of other members in the community. And I will try to draw more people into that group to make a difference, to come up with some real plans to really focus on what we can do to help our homeless. But this just feels like a big spend. $34 million, 300, like Skip said, $300,000 per unit. Think about what we can do for that. And I feel sorry for the guy that owns the property that it's not working out. What if we gave him $1,500 a month for every head that we took on? That'd be about $130,000 a month that he'd have. That would be 1.6 million a year to house 85 people. And if he didn't like them, then he could kick them out. If they brought their dogs in, he could kick them out. But I also made decisions as a businessman and put myself in places of jeopardy where I was going to benefit from it or I was going to lose from it because I was a businessman and I had to make those gambles. So I feel sorry for your friend that owns this property if this doesn't work out the way that he's hoping to. But I don't believe that it's Vacaville's responsibility to foot that bill. And I think that we can do a lot better with money, with organizations that Gail and Skip are a part of, and that we as a community can make good choices where we don't have federal and state telling us how we can do this, what we have to do. It's kind of like fire, the fire hazard that we talked about earlier. That control has been taken away from us. Slowly we get our control taken away. So I do have a heart for the homeless. I do want to make a difference. And I'm just not convinced at all that this is the way to do it. So,
Councilmember Ritchie.
So, I motion to deny all 3 options with a request for the city to go talk to Ashley Banton, Opportunity House, to figure out how we can go forward and create something that's a local program with transition housing that wouldn't put people in danger. That's my motion.
I second that.
With what's on the table, the second part of that, does that require a motion because that's really another action? It's not on the list. I just want to be clear.
So if you could clarify what the second part was?
The second part was giving staff direction to work with Ashley Banta and focusing on what our
Yeah, and the Opportunity House is all.
And the Opportunity House is a separate.
Yeah. For
That-
transitional
that-
housing.
I think the motion should focus on the item before the
We can,
council.
that could
and
be
then you
something,
can-
yeah.
you
Save
can
that.
give-
I will motion to deny all three options.
Okay.
And with that, and I have a second.
So we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
What is they to deny the options?
So not to accept any one of the three options.
To deny the options.
Yeah.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ritchie?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
No.
Councilmember Freeman?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
No.
Vice Mayor Chapman?
No.
Mayor Carter?
Yes. I appreciate your time, sir. It's not for lost. You help educate us. But to the council's point, I think it's the wrong size. There is some components that I think we can learn from, but I don't believe that at this time that the council has definitely said that this is not the direction that they want to go when it comes to home key. I think it has more to do with that than you. So it's not about you. So, Mr. City Manager, how are we doing on time and the schedule?
Well, so that's a good question, Mr. Mayor. So right now is when you're supposed to decide whether or not you can conclude tonight's business before 11 o'clock. We have two remaining items. One is related to the CDBG, which I do believe we need to take action on, or no, because we still have some time, Tamara? Okay, so we can push that one. And ironically, the final item is a discussion about pro-housing. So I don't know where you want to go with that particular subject tonight. We need about 10 minutes, and I do believe, is there a deadline for that?
Yeah, we'll push item D then.
There isn't a hard deadline for the pro-housing designation discussion, but we believe it is time-sensitive relative to transportation funding opportunities.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just take item E, and then we'll postpone item D. So we'll adjust tonight's.
Okay, so with that, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, here is before you an opportunity to discuss the state's pro-housing designation program. We have Paymon and Damar from our planning department to give you a short, concise presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, members of the City Council, and all those in attendance. This item is a study session for the Pro-Housing Designation Program. The Pro-Housing Designation Program, or PDP for short, is established by AB 101, Assembly Bill 101, and it is to acknowledge jurisdictions that have policies and programs that facilitate housing development. It is administered by the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD for short. Jurisdictions apply to HCD to receive the designation, and it would grant the following benefits that are shown on the screen here. It includes preference for consideration, priority processing, or bonus points for funding programs, as well as it would make a jurisdiction eligible for the Pro-Housing Incentive Program, or PIP for short. As for the funding programs, jurisdictions with the Pro-Housing designation may be prioritized for the following programs that are shown on the screen. These programs, the funding sources would apply to affordable housing, transportation, transit, infrastructure, climate investment, and capital improvement projects. Other funding programs and sources may be added in the future as well. And as for the PIP program, jurisdictions with the pro-housing designation are eligible to apply for this program. And the PIP-based funding is awarded based on the population size. And it is granted to accelerate affordable housing production and preservation, so projects along those initiatives. And jurisdictions may also receive a bonus amount of up to $500,000 based on how high they score in their application for the PDP. And in this table to the right, you can see the jurisdictions that were granted the PIP award in 2024. Among them is the City of Fairfield, which was the only other Solano County jurisdiction that received the designation, but they were granted an amount of So in order to obtain this designation, the city would need to conduct community engagement, return to City Council with a resolution that needs to be adopted and certified to authorize the city to submit the application. Then the city would submit the application to HCD, and then HCD would evaluate and make a decision. And as for the application, there are two components that comprise it. One is the threshold requirements, which are essentially just a short list of qualifying conditions that the city would need to meet. And then the second is the primary determining factor, which is the pro-housing policy score sheet. This score sheet lists the existing or proposed city policies and programs that are considered pro-housing. Each policy or program is assigned a score based on HCD criteria. Some may receive bonus points, and a minimum score of 30 points is required for the designation. And these policies and programs are categorized by HCD into these four that are shown in the orange box here. They can be related to zoning and land use, acceleration of housing production timeframes, which is essentially streamlining the development process, a reduction of construction and development costs, and providing financial subsidies. And just to demonstrate what kind of policies and programs the City of Vacaville already has that fall within these categories. Here you can see on the screen, we have several municipal code sections, such as reduction in traffic impact fees for multifamily housing meeting certain criteria, incentives and modifications and development standards for affordable housing. And then we have instances where we provided allocation of funding for the development of affordable home ownership. To conclude, the PDP is an acknowledgement of existing policies and programs for facilitating housing development. It does not require any additional action, impose additional state requirements or procedures, or affect a jurisdiction's review and decision for the housing development proposals that come through the city. A preliminary staff assessment determined that the city has existing policies and programs that exceed the minimum score requirement for the program and would qualify for the designation. So if directed by City Council, staff will proceed to conduct community engagement for the initiative, return to City Council with a resolution, and submit the PDP application to HCD. Are there any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you for that. A couple quick questions. The purpose of this is to incentivize housing development, especially when we're trying to, I know that there are several projects that are not penciling out and they're sitting. Would funds like this be able to be applied to for local development, or how are those funds being used in cities like Fairfield or others?
I don't have the information on hand about how they're being utilized in other jurisdictions, but I can obtain that for you and bring that back and inform you all of it. But yes, it is intended for not only affordable housing or housing in general, but also transportation, transit, the climate policies and initiatives that a city may undertake.
Is there anything in staff's estimation that we would be required to, again, submit or commit to the state? In other words, if we were to become designated as this, what oversight does the state then have over us? And in other words, I'm looking for that fine clause somewhere that says you've given up rights to the state yet again, that I'm trying to avoid.
According to research that our city attorney has done, there are no catches that they can get. All they can do is simply revoke the designation. Now, we don't have any additional information on whether, if funding was already applied, how that would work. If they would take that back, we can look into that as well. But as far as we know, all they can do is just revoke the designation, and there have been no instances that we're aware of where that's occurred.
But staff's position is that based upon the application, we would currently qualify without having to take additional actions to somehow earn more points, such as I think I read something like reduce parking. It's like, well, that's the last thing we want to do, is reduce parking.
I think essentially it's asking cities to abide by their active housing elements, which jurisdictions commit to anyway. So we've committed through our housing element to look at streamlining development review, taking away things that can get in the way of that, development standards reviews and things like that. So it's really the revocation that could possibly occur is when they find out that we're not following our housing element, which essentially is intended to follow state housing laws. We do have a number of programs that Demir mentioned. I think if we were to go forward, we'd take a look at some additional programs that we could possibly qualify for. But at the end of the day, it's really requiring cities to show that they're following their housing element and not violating state housing laws. And if jurisdictions do that, they have a right to revoke that designation.
I would open up to the public. I don't see anybody here except staff, if I'm looking around correctly. I don't see any comments, but as long as this does not obligate us to do anything other than apply and we already qualify, I think we could always use funds that, as long as there's no strings attached other than that we're demonstrating that we are pro-housing, and then that also can help in being able to incentivize some of our local developments so that we can pencil out. So I know that there are some programs and projects that are pending. So I know we're not to take any action. I don't see any lights on, but I think that that's something that I just wanted to make sure the questions got answered. So thank you. Mr. City Manager, I think, do you have any reports?
Just a real quick one, and it was referenced at the beginning of the meeting. This past weekend, we conducted our 8th Make a Difference Cleanup Day. It was our largest one to date. We assisted over 50 homes, had our largest group of volunteers at about 120, 140. And it was really special because this was in a neighborhood that is a senior neighborhood. And so a lot of people that have kind of been felt forgotten. And so it was pretty special to see how they reacted to the attention that they received from the city and from all those volunteers. So thanks once again to Jill Childers, Chief Conception, and all of his team out there, as well as many of the staff in attendance tonight who were out there giving freely of their time. So much appreciated, and thank you for the continued council support with that program.
Yeah, thank you. We'll move into reports, City Council, and any update on boards. Councilmember Ritchie.
No updates on boards. Just want to follow up on the CM's comments. So it was a great time out there in D2. It was really amazing being in Leadertown and helping. It was a lot of houses. It was amazing. It was amazing what that cleaner can do. It was awesome. I think the highlight of my day was as I go, the barbecue, everybody set up, and I go off to the corner to actually take a phone call with Mike Silva and just talking, and all of a sudden I watched a sweet lady go over the parking cement curb and tear her front bumper off. And so I'm like, oh God. So I spent the next hour, instead of having fun eating hamburgers, I went to my car and I got zip ties and the little C-clamp clips. And I spent the next hour under the car putting her bumper back on so she can drive home. Then I left because I was late to my kid's soccer practice on game. But that was, you never know how you can help somebody and make an impact. And like we're out there doing the things, but it's just, it's irony of life. I was out there trying to helping homes, but I ended up helping one lady more than all that combined. She was distraught and she wouldn't be able to get home. So that's what community is all about. And she didn't know who I was until somebody was like, hey, wait a minute, I think you're like, it doesn't matter. I'm just under the car. We're all people, the titles doesn't matter. Just help somebody. I don't even know her name. It's just she's a person in need. And so that was my highlight of what that community day is all about. Just be there for somebody. I mean, firefighters and police, they risk life every day for people that don't know their name. They step up. So it's just stepping up and realizing that's what community is all about. So that's my comments.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, so I participated in interviews for CAF Solano, where we interviewed 2 gentlemen for the executive director of the JPA. The interviews went very well. A name was put forward. I am not sure when that announcement is going to come out officially. And I did see that the next JPA meeting, I believe, was continued. So as soon as I get an official announcement on who that individual is, and the contact information for that person, I am first going to give it to Ms. Tamara to make sure that they are connected, and then I will make sure that an email goes out to all of council moving forward. Community Cleanup Day was awesome. I was so excited to see so many kids. There was a lot of kids that were involved there, and a lot of the neighbors that came out were really enthusiastic about that. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up, many of us up here have lived in Vacaville. Many of you in the audience have lived in Vacaville for a very long time. And at least 3 of us all went to high school around the same time with a very special individual named Joseph Hunter, who has an absolutely devastating yet uplifting story about what has happened to his family and what he has done in the face of that adversity. But the reason why I bring it up is because, Joseph is a very well-liked, he was a leader, he was a popular kid that was always nice to everyone. Great family, and is currently a contestant on Survivor. And so whether you're a Survivor fan or not, what I want to just honor today is the person that I know to be Joe, and to see him representing our community in such an absolutely incredible, uplifting way with how he has played the game, but done so with honor, integrity, humanity, and there are some very touching moments that were captured that I haven't seen, that you don't see on modern television, where there is another contestant. I don't want to ruin it. Watch it. And at least go on YouTube or something and look at this young man that is a product of our community, to see how important it is to him, even playing a game based on deception, that he sets an example of the living and being the person that he wants his children to be proud of, and his community to be proud of, and his family to be proud of. It is really incredible. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Joseph. We love you. We Vacaville's with you, man. I don't know what's going to happen. But he's just an individual that has really shined in a time where there's a lot of frustration and division and different things. And many of us knew him, but I just wanted to honor him from here. So that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thank you. So just off the previous item, or the 2 previous items, does staff still need direction as far as housing options that Councilmember Ritchie suggested, as far as pursuing some type of conversations about how that site can be used to accommodate?
No, I don't think that we're going to be discussing the particulars of that site. I think the first thing we'll do is we'll reach out to Ms. Banta at the Opportunity House and just talk about what options there are potentially available. And I mean, the whole gamut's on the table, so that it's going to take some time to come back with, some direction or feedback to you all, because the funding may be a different, could trigger and
just
in different ways.
At some point, whether it's an email to all of us or however it works, but just an update on what would now be the status of the $2 million of the ARPA funding, of how that fits into the story. Okay, so then moving forward, I wasn't part of organizing it or contributing much because availability, but the youth summit, I was able to crash it in the morning at my place of work, so it's 2 in 1 right there. Phenomenal turnout, so thank you to the council members who were absolutely a part of supporting that effort, and all the youth that stepped up to organize something that was their own. I love the topic, more social, less media, so it was good. Last point, missed Mr. Powell on his way out, but I was hoping, can someone from staff just give an update? There's some upcoming opportunities for community engagement regarding the Markham neighborhood plan. Is there any way we can get some publicity from this dais? It doesn't have to be specific dates off the top of your head, but I know there's flyers that went out. I know it's late. So I'll just, to save time, there's a Markham neighborhood plan that the council supported through the funding of ARPA funds. That's been initiated technically it started January, and I think hopefully it'll be concluded about October, November. But this starting, I believe, this week and onwards, there's opportunities to provide feedback. So please, if you have the opportunity, whether you're a business owner, resident, longtime resident, really put your input in to really help make a robust plan that really helps address some core issues within a portion of our city to make it better for all. Thanks.
Councilmember Wiley.
Just quickly to comment also with what Councilmember Silva said, and also Vice Mayor Chapman. We all attended the Youth Summit on Saturday, and it was a wonderful event put on by the students and with a lot of adult support. And I will just say a big shout out, because at that meeting it was announced that, I hope I say her name right, Angeli Camarina, it was announced and surprised and awarded being the National PAL Female of the Year. And it was a really big award. So she had, was put forward with her name and selected out of the whole nation, the PALs. And she's been very active in all the PAL activities. And she's currently a police cadet and just a wonderful young woman. So I just wanted to say that's just a great culmination of everyone working together to help our youth. And they did an excellent job on Saturday.
Vice Mayor Chapman.
Thank you. I've already mentioned the Archway. We all had received an invitation, so if you would like to see the program of the day, I have it here. I won't repeat anything else. I attended the STA Equity Working Group meeting that was held on March 26th, and they went over gave an overview of the federal, state, regional, local context as it applies to this group, to the equity group. And then another discussion that took place was, well, two really. One was on project prioritization. Vallejo right now has a big project design in place. And so they went over that design, and it's designed around the area of fairgrounds and the park, and yeah. And so once it's completed, it should be very nice. I guess they're looking to put a transportation center in that area. And so there will be more to come on that. And then the other discussion fell on State Route 37. When I was working at Maryland, it was a nightmare. It would flood in the area, 2-lane, narrow road, very dangerous. There were cars that often ran off the road. And so they were talking about, because there's a need to do more with that section when it comes to the livelihood of the residents of Vallejo and Fairfield, because they travel that route going to Marin, to, who else is over that way? Santa Rosa? What's going out 37? What's that connector? But anyway.
Lakeville Highway? Old Lakeville Highway?
Yeah. So they're looking at putting a lot of thought and design into how they're going to address that. They also discussed the toll revenues, and possibly, and they just briefly touched on, I'm saying they, but at the meeting, it was briefly touched on, possibly making that a toll road, yes. And, yes, and or just basically, it would help with housing and jobs for the people of Vallejo in particular, coming and going. And so that's pretty much it. Oh, they did talk about Mare Island development. That was a topic of discussion. And so with that as well, and there's plenty of information in the report. And so if anyone is interested in seeing, just let me know and I'll leave it at the office and you can check it out. All right. And then the American Legion Auxiliary Girls State was held on March 26th. It is such exhilarating. It is so inspiring to hear each of the girls that attended Girls State to come back and give their perspective on their experience. Their lives actually change. The bonding that take place with other girls from other areas of the state, you can just see the growth. You can see the growth. Those that were, oh, I don't think I really want to do this, but then they went and they were so happy that they did. And another, and I can't remember her name, or what she received, it was the first time that a girl from Girls State from Vacaville received that highest position. And I am sorry, I didn't write it down. Do you recall what it was?
No, was it the Supreme Court or something?
She might have been elected, chosen to be the, to be a member of the Supreme Court. Do you recall, Michael?
I don't recall her name.
Yeah, but anyway, another
Wood and she got accepted to Yale.
another great moment for another one of our students. Home to Suites project. Oh, the groundbreaking for the Home to Suites project. I was able to attend that. I'm not going to say I was lost, but Horse Creek. I'm not familiar with Horse Creek, or I wasn't familiar with Horse Creek. But Horse Creek, it has a weird design or flow through that part of the neighborhood. I went Horse Creek at Centennial Park.
Her name's on there.
Oh, her name. You want me to see this?
Bria. Oh, Bria.
Can you? I'll let you read it out loud.
Well, in the interest of time, her name is Bria.
Councilmember Silva was sharing with me.
Bria Ramos. Is her name.
Say it so they can.
Bria Ramos. And just to add to that, not that she is can be choosy, but after that, when she announced all the colleges and universities that she applied for, she responded to me and said, I got accepted into Harvard, Brown, and UC Berkeley on top of Yale and UCLA today.
Oh, today.
So
Oh,
there's some local high achievers, you know, when you can choose between any one of those.
Yes.
So you could tell.
Outstanding.
So, to your point, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then, let's see, the Home to Suites, yes. The Youth Summit, it was a raving success. Their topic, their theme that they chose, less media, more social. Everything about that summit was created by the students, by the youth. They led the workshops. There was over 90 young people in attendance. And as I walked around to the various rooms, they maxed out. They had to put signs, maximum capacity, on several of the rooms. The topics, the chosen topics for the workshops, they came up with it. Things that we're dealing with today, misinformation, disinformation, trafficking, trying to think of some of the others.
Meaningful conversations.
Meaningful conversation. It was just so great. At the very end, they added an extra hour on the day so that the young people could engage. Talking about more social, okay, you sat in the workshops all day, now you're going to have an opportunity. They took advantage. They had games, the kickballs, the girls and the boys. So I would walk around to each of the groups and I said, did you know one another prior to coming here? One group said, no, we're all brand new friends, smiling and just having a great time. One group, There was one person that the other three did not know, but she was there with them and they were engaged. That was so meaningful. You know, that was the intent. That was their theme. More social, less media. Okay, and then California Medical Facility on Monday had their 70th anniversary. I was able to attend, and they missed you. They asked me about you, and I said, but I thought she would be here. Yes. And then I have one other thing noted here. Oh, when Councilmember Rowley mentioned the awardee for the National Pell Award, she shared with me that, and she was so happy that she gets to travel to Memphis, Tennessee to receive her award. And so that she was just so overwhelmed and just happy, very happy day. So that's all I have.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Real quickly, so am I. Everyone, please have a wonderful Passover's on Saturday, and we're going to have Easter Sunday before we get back to council. As I thought about it, if you don't practice your faith, practice having fun with families and friends. Those 2 days are pretty amazing, so I just couldn't let it go. Have a great night.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to double down a little bit on what Councilman Silver was talking about on not letting this go, as far as for coming up with some new ideas for transitional housing for our unhoused population. And I just wanted to make this comment that for all of our city council, it gives me no pleasure at all to vote unlike maybe you vote, or to think unlike maybe that you think. It just doesn't give me any pleasure at all. And I just wanted to put that out there.
Appreciate it.
It's not like I'm going against you personally or anything. I'm just, I think we can do better. So, and you think that it's the right way. So I just want you to know it doesn't give me pleasure to not vote with you.
So before we go into closed session, the only thing that I will just add is there is a lot of information to update, and maybe one of the ways that we can do it is if there's information that can go to the whole council, let's find a way that it can be shared in a blind copy, because I will tell you there was an entire presentation for like an update for Solano County Water Agency, which, you know, it has tons of information, and it would be very helpful for all of you to see it. When it comes to Solano Transportation Authority, I can tell you that other than 37, because our residents are driving these roads as they travel to work, Highway 113 is another arterial that is going to be focused on in 2 segments. The lower portion, which is on Highway 12, it's about, I want to say it's about a 17-mile stretch, and then at the double bend, there's another 20-mile stretch. And so the goal is to be focusing on near-term future funding to improve that. It's too dangerous to widen it and to put shoulders on it. It's long overdue. And so it's become a priority for the STA, and I sit on that subcommittee that focuses on the interior county roads on top of the general board that I sit on. So what I'll try to do is we'll find a way so you can all see that, so that you're informed, because when we're not sitting up here, we're talking to people, and it's a lot easier if you have the information that can be digested for you. So with that, we're going to go into closed session. It's public employment. I got to open up to the public. I see no one here. Bring it back. So with that, there'll be nothing to report out. So good night, Vacaville.